RDOs at Implats in the first quarter of 2012, correct?
I got to read about it.
And that strike culminated in Impala management granting massive increases to its RDOs in the region of 25%. Were you aware of that?
I knew there had been granted an increase.
You weren't aware of the precise figures?
I was not aware of the precise figures.
Now, those increases were granted on the 20th of April, 2012. We have, that evidence is before the Commission. That's the date on which those increases were granted. You don't dispute that? Presumably.
If they were granted?
I'm just giving you the date.
Oh, okay.
Yes, the 20th of April, 2012.
I hear what you say.
Okay. Now, it was primarily those increases that were granted unilaterally by Impala management on the 20th of April 2012
Yes.
that created the huge differential between what RDOs at Lonmin were paid and what RDOs at Implats were paid. You agree?
Mm-mm comes out as yes on the record, so it might be helpful to say yes.
Yes, I would agree.
Now, were you aware, and I'm talking about your awareness as at the 11th of August 2012 when you were informed about the strike at Lonmin, were you aware that the RDOs at Lonmin had for many years considered themselves to be grossly underpaid?
No, I was not aware.
You were then presumably also not aware that that view that the RDOs themselves held was also shared by NUM? Not aware of that either?
Not aware.
In the uncontested...
Shared by NUM.
Shared by NUM.
This at the national level, or just the local level, or any level, I suppose.
I beg your pardon, Chair?
No, are you suggesting it was shared at the national level, or just the local level, or throughout NUM?
Well, it was certainly shared by NUM at Lonmin. And we've had evidence in this commission from the chief negotiator for NUM, who was based at Lonmin. And I want to tell you what that evidence is. His evidence was that in 2 sets of wage negotiations, and we know that they happen once every 2 years at Lonmin. So in 2009 and in 2011, NUM demanded quite a significant differential increase for RDOs at Lonmin. Essentially, the demand was that they be rolled up 3 categories. So they'd be rolled up from category 4 to category 7. Yes. That was the NUM demand in 2009 and 2011, and on both occasions, NUM was unsuccessful. You follow?
I do follow.
And the evidence before this commission is that the chief negotiator for NUM at Lonmin was so concerned about the failure to achieve a differential increase for RDOs at Lonmin that he called the situation a ticking time bomb. I take it you were not aware of that.
I was not aware of that.
So, Mr. Ramaphosa, I put it to you that as at April 2012, there were 3 critical facts in existence at Lonmin. Fact number 1, there was a huge differential between what RDOs at Lonmin were being paid and what RDOs at other platinum mines were being paid. You accept that?
Yes.
Fact number 2, RDOs at Lonmin had for 4 years, and apparently with some justification according to NUM, considered themselves to be grossly underpaid. You accept that?
Yes.
And then 3, the RDOs at Implats had taken matters into their own hands and embarked on a massive unprotected strike and secured huge increases for themselves. You accept that?
Yes.
So those were the facts that Lonmin was presented with in April, never mind August, in April 2012. You accept that?
Yes.
If I can interpose at this point, am I correct in thinking that the various platinum mining companies knew what they were paying, what their competitors or colleagues, whatever word is appropriate to use, were paying? In other words, if Impala gave a 25% increase in April, there's a high degree of probability, if not certainty, that Lonmin would have known about it within a day or 2. Would that be fair?
Well, Chairman, this is the great fault line that exists in the platinum industry, that there isn't any centralized bargaining. And as far as I remember, the companies, for competitive reasons, have felt that they did not want to have a centralized bargaining because they did not want the secrets, trade secrets that they had to be known to each other. And as a result, the pay levels tended to be the proprietary of one company, and at the best of time, the other company did not know, and if they did know, it would be obtaining information through other means. And so the information was usually not publicly available. So it is for this reason that in various other companies, and indeed in Lonmin, one did not immediately get to know what was being paid to a category of other workers, because they tended to keep it to themselves. This, in my view, could have been solved quite easily if there was centralized bargaining, like there is centralized bargaining in the other 2 industries that I know of, the coal industry as well as the gold industry.
It's not quite as simple as I understand the thrust of what you say. And in fact, I'm interested to hear that you take the view that centralized bargaining would be appropriate for the platinum industry, which of course as a result of the recent strike is effectively what happened. But that's another issue we don't have to go into now. But there's some suggestion on material before us that certainly the rock drill operators in the different mines knew quite quickly what their opposite numbers were getting in other mines.
They did get to know.
So I would have thought that it would have been possible for Lonmin, once it was publicly announced that Impala had settled their strike by giving increases, to find out what the increases were. So, okay, it mightn't have been instantaneous. It mightn't have been immediate in the sense that within a few days or so they didn't know, but it wouldn't have been difficult in a matter of weeks to find out what the relevant figures were. That must be right, surely.
That is correct.
Yeah. And so the further point that arises is it would have been sensible, I would have thought, this is a prima facie view I'm putting to you,
yes.
It would have been sensible, I would have thought, for Lonmin, once they realize, and would have been sensible for Amplats too, of course, once they realize that Impala have given a big increase to their RDOs, there will inevitably be ripple effects of that.
Indeed.
So it would have been sensible for Lonmin to have found out what the increases were. Do you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
And if they'd done that, they should have communicated, the management should have communicated to the non-executive directors as well.
Yes.
And then one can imagine the kind of initiatives you might have taken if that information had been conveyed to you.
Yes,
Am I
indeed.
right?
You're right.
Because, Mr. Ramaphosa, I put it to you that those three facts, the huge differential, the fact that RDOs at Lonmin were deeply dissatisfied and had been for some time, plus the fact that RDOs at Implats had taken matters into their own hands, those three facts together created, in our submission, a recipe for, to use your language of yesterday, a perfect storm.
Indeed.
Do you agree?
I would agree.
And so if you, presumably, you didn't have those facts at the time, and neither did your board, correct?
We did not.
And if your board had those facts at the time, you would have recognized the recipe for the perfect storm. You would have approached management. At the very least, you would have made inquiries about what management was doing in order to deal with the storm when it came, correct?
I would say that we would most probably have said a different approach needed to be taken to address the problem and to more or less get in line with what others had done.
Certainly, so some steps would have to be taken, contingency plans put in place, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Mr. Ramaphosa, you've testified that you knew prior to the commencement of the strike at Lonmin in 2012 that there had been talks between Lonmin and the RDOs, correct?
I got to know about it when I read Mr. Da Costa's evidence, but it only came to the board just before, I think.
Just before the strike?
Yeah. There is a minute to that effect in the papers.
And you knew, I take it, that those talks had been conducted directly between Lonmin, managers, and the RDOs, and not through NUM, correct?
That detail I did not know, I must admit.
You knew, presumably, that those talks had culminated in Lonmin offering the RDOs an allowance. I think it was referred to it in the email that you received as a special bonus, but essentially an allowance of 750 Rand.
That only came to surface to me when the Chief Executive Officer reported to the board.
But prior to the strike?
I think it would have been just prior, yes. Yes, I think that's what the record says.
In any event, that information is repeated in the email that you received on the 11th of August, that an offer was made to RDOs which they rejected. So that was your understanding of what had happened, correct?
Yes.
And then we know that the RDOs embarked on an unprotected strike over the same issue on the 10th of August 2012, correct?
Yes.
Now, let's go to the email that you received.
Moved away from wage increases and so forth. and negotiations.
Yes, I'm coming back there to some
You're coming
extent.
back.
but no, please.
There were some questions I want to ask, but they may well be the ones you're going to come back to, so I won't ask my questions now.
So, Mr. Ramaphosa, if we could look at quadruple J1, that's the email that you received on the 11th of August, informing you that you say is the first notice you got of the unprotected strike, correct?
Yes.
And that's the email that you got sets out Lonmin's response to the strike. At the bottom of the page, it reads, the response of Lonmin is to follow disciplinary procedures and, if required, will dismiss the illegal strikers. Barnard is preparing the ultimatum, which they will issue tomorrow, and will terminate contracts of employment should the employees not show up for duty tomorrow. So you understood from that, presumably, that Lonmin was not going to engage with the strikers, correct?
Mm-hmm.
If you could just verbalize
Yes,
your answer,
yes,
please.
yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
And you testified yesterday that you did not agree with that approach. As far as you were concerned, negotiations were the correct way to go and were, in fact, the only workable solution, correct?
Yes.
Now, if we go over the page...
Leave that email, there's something I'd like to put to the witness. The first sentence of Ms. Ntubi's email to you says this. Yesterday, well, the first two sentences. Yesterday, the Lonmin rock operators, RDO, at Korea Mine embarked on an illegal strike demanding more money. This has been on the table with management since the Impala strike earlier this year.
Yes.
Were you aware of the fact that this had been on the table with management since the Impala strike earlier in the year, which was, we've heard was about April?
No, I was not aware.
Do you think that, that you should have been informed of it at the time?
I would have said yes.
If we, still on that email, if we could just go over the page to the next paragraph of the email. It reads as follows. This is necessary, and that's a reference back to the response that Lonmin has adopted to the strike. This is necessary as Lonmin has been engaging, or rather had been engaging with the RDOs in trying to address their needs. Secondly, the strike is illegal. And lastly, other workers in the business are watching the situation, and if the RDOs are successful to bargain outside the engagement structures, it will set a very bad precedent. So there, Mr. Ramaphosa, what's essentially being communicated to you are the reasons for the stance that Lonmin has adopted in response to the strike, correct?
Yes.
Now, let's look at those reasons. Firstly, you are told that other workers in the business are watching the situation, and if the RDOs are successful to bargain outside the engagement structures, it will set a bad precedent. But now, that has really already happened, isn't that correct? Lonmin has already, the facts are that Lonmin has already engaged with RDOs outside the structures and made them an offer, correct?
Indeed.
So that can't be a reason for refusing to speak to the strikers, correct?
That is correct.
The second reason that is given is that the strike is illegal. That's the word that is used. You see that?
Yes.
And of course, that's not correct, is it? Workers don't commit a crime by going on strike, even if it's unprotected.
Chair, that question is rather ambiguous. Does Melanotran mean to refer to illegality in the sense of criminality, or simply not protected under the scheme of the labour laws?
What we've done in this commission is we've, over and over again, emphasized that an unprotected strike is unprotected in the sense it's a dismissal following upon it is not an unfair labour practice. So there are consequences which flow from participating in an unprotected strike which don't flow from participating in a protected strike. And we've also, the point's been emphasized over and over again, that strikers do not commit a crime by participating in an unprotected strike. They rather foolishly, some might say, put their head in the noose that they can be dismissed without having redress. But that's the distinction we do, and I think that's the point that Mr. Barnes is making. But I take your point. The terminology is a bit imprecise, but I think the main thrust of what Ms. Barnes is putting is clear. If the witness has a problem, I'm sure he'll let us know. But he is one who has himself been involved in many unprotected strikes in the 80s, and he knows very well, I'm sure, the distinction better than you or I do.
Yes, of course, Mr. Ramaphosa, it used to be a crime to participate in a strike that was not in accordance with the legal prescripts. That's no longer the case, correct?
Yes.
So it's accurate and appropriate to refer to an unprotected strike rather than an illegal strike.
Indeed.
Correct. Now, of course, the fact that the strike was unprotected was not, again, in and of itself a reason not to speak to the strikers, correct?
I would agree.
And of course, if a company has a policy that requires it to speak to strikers in the event of an unprotected strike, then they would be obliged to follow that policy, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that Lonmin had such a policy?
Not the precise parts of it. What we always sought to encourage is that, and this is a situation where they were dealing with one union that they had recognized, and I guess they never really had to deal with many of such strikes in the new dispensation. So they had one port of call, which was the NUM, and in this situation, I think they were traversing uncharted ground.
Well, let me take you to the policy so that you can see precisely what it says. It's Exhibit XXX8. If we could have that on the screen, please.
Quite a lengthy document, I think.
Yes, it's...
give the page number. I think there's a particular section that chapter.
Paginated page 24. And it's clause 8.3. You'll see that 8.3 deals with the steps that are required to be taken in the event of unprotected industrial actions. There's reference to ultimatums that need to be given. There's reference to application for a court interdict that may be made. And then 8.3.6 describes the formation of a management committee. 8.3.7 describes the formation of a committee from the strikers that will be established in order to speak to management. 8.3.8 goes on to say that that should preferably not exceed 4 people. And then 8.3.9 deals with the fact that an appropriate location must be identified at which talks shall be held. So the witnesses from Lonmin that have testified thus far have confirmed that that's what's envisaged by this policy, is that a committee of management and a committee of the strikers should be set up and engage in talks, and that was not done in this case. You agree that it ought to have been done?
Well, in terms of this policy, yes, it ought to have been done.
So, Mr. Ramaphosa, if we look at the reasons that were communicated to you for Lonmin's stance in relation to the strike on the 11th of August, surely, sir, you could not have been satisfied with the reasons that were communicated to you for Lonmin's stance. Isn't that correct?
The reasons being?
The reasons being, one, that it would set a bad precedent to engage outside the structures when that had already happened, to your knowledge.
Yes.
And two, that this was an illegal strike.
Yes.
Surely you would have not considered those to be valid reasons for not engaging with the strikers.
That is correct.
And yet, you didn't take this up with management. You didn't say to management, but these reasons don't stand up to scrutiny. That this is not a basis not to engage with the strikers. You didn't do that. Isn't that correct?
Are you saying so as a matter of fact?
Well, there's certainly no evidence that you did.
I think she's asking you whether that's correct. There should be a question mark hanging over her head after she made that statement.
I did not notice the question mark. There were discussions that ensued, particularly in relation to the suggestion that there could even be dismissals, which, as I said yesterday, I'm opposed to, So those discussions about embarking on an option of dismissals and so forth did happen, and I remember communicating to Ms. Ngube that that is not an option that should be pursued, and there should be discussions.
Did you communicate to Lonmin, though, to anyone from Lonmin, that there should be negotiations with the strikers?
I remember, and maybe the full detail is not immediately available to me. I do remember talking to Ms. Ngube, who is the Shanduka representative, and I also remember talking to Mr. Barnard, who I would have said to dismissal is not an option as they have already conceived.
Did you say that negotiations are the only option?
Yes, that is my general stance, that
You
negotiations are the only option in matters like these.
And you said so to Mr. Mokoena.
I said so clearly to Ms. Ngube.
And Mr. Mokoena?
I don't recall how the conversation would have gone, but in the course of our discussions that may well have emerged.
So you have no specific recollection of giving that particular message to any Lonmin employee?
I do not, I'm afraid.
Now, Mr. Ramaphosa, you've said that you were extremely concerned about the violence at Marikana, correct? Yes, for the moment. Please go ahead, Chair.
One point that was made to the police when they came on the scene on the 13th, in fact to the National Commissioner, I think it was that there was a 2-year wage agreement in place.
Yes.
And there was therefore no basis for negotiating any change until the 2 years were up, which were going to be October 2013.
Yeah.
And that was a point, that was a position which, as far as we could make out from the evidence, was supported by the local branch of NUM. But when Mr. Sekwana came, he said that that was incorrect. The relevant clause in the 2-year wage agreement said that no strike action was possible to enforce a wage demand during the 2-year period. But he said that that didn't prevent negotiation, and he said in appropriate cases, if there'd been a dramatic change in circumstances, negotiation could be, and had in the past been resorted to.
Yes.
And he referred to a precedent from, I think it was around about 2005, as far as I remember, where there'd been a 2-year agreement, I think it was a 2-year agreement, provision for an increase at the end of the first year of a certain percentage. But there'd been a dramatic rise in the rate of inflation, yes, which made that increase meaningless. Yeah. And therefore, the NUM adopted the stance that negotiation was possible, despite the fact that the 2-year agreement had not yet run its course, and they did so, and they succeeded in getting a change. Yes. And he conceded also, as I understood his evidence, that the increase that the RDOs got at Impala, and then later at Amplats as well, was that kind of change of circumstance which would have justified negotiation. Yes. So I take it that's a view you agree with as well.
I would agree with that view, Mr. Chairman.
Was the question of the 2-year agreements and the Lonmin stance as communicated to the police that negotiations were inappropriate because the 2-year agreement hadn't run its course and that would only be a matter for consideration in October 2013, was that a matter that was raised with you at any stage by the Lonmin management?
Not in as direct a way as that. There was a view that once you have that type of 2-year agreement, you need to run through with it until the end and then renegotiate. But I would tend to agree with what Mr. Sekwana was saying and what you are saying as well, that given new circumstances that would have come on the scene, there would be a need to renegotiate to avert a bad situation.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Ramaphosa, you've testified that you were extremely concerned about the violence at Marikana during that period, correct?
Yes.
And the violence that was taking place arose out of the strike, correct?
Yes.
So there was a strong probability that if the strike was resolved, the violence would end, correct?
Yes.
And the cause of the strike was a wage dispute, correct?
Yes.
So there needed to be some mechanism in place in order to deal with the wage dispute, in order to resolve the strike, in order for the violence to end, correct?
I would agree.
And there needed to be some mechanism put in place as a matter of urgency to attend to the wage dispute, correct?
Yes.
Now, surely, Mr. Ramaphosa, you would have been concerned to ensure that that was happening. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The mechanism that could have been put in place fairly easily would have been the mechanism referred to in paragraph 8.3 of this document. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
See, the peculiar thing, excuse me, Mr. Ramaphosa, is that there was nothing in place at all. Nothing was being done at all in relation to the wage dispute. Lonmin refused to speak to the strikers at all, despite being repeatedly requested to do so, not only by the strikers but by the police. You say you didn't know that. Is that correct?
Could you rephrase that question about what I did not know?
Yes, I apologize. It was a long, convoluted question.
Yes, please.
The Lonmin refused to engage with the strikers at all, despite being requested to do so by the strikers themselves, the police, Mr. Matunjwa, and Bishop Siorka, to name four parties from whom that request was coming.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chairperson. In relation to Mr. Matunjwa requesting Lonmin to engage directly with the strikers, there's no evidence to that effect.
I think that's right. Let's take Mr. Matunjwa out of the question. You don't need him in the question. Carry on with the abridged question.
Let's just stick to the strikers and the police. The police were asking Lonmin to engage with the strikers, as were the strikers themselves. Lonmin refused to do so. Your evidence is that you did not know that,
Yes,
correct?
I did not.
There wasn't even a meeting organized between Lonmin and all the unions together. And I must point out to you, Mr. Ramaphosa, that Mr. Matunjwa's reaction on being informed of the strike on Friday, the 10th of August 2012, his response was to immediately suggest that a meeting be called between Lonmin management and all the unions as soon as possible. Were you ever informed of that?
No, I was not informed of that.
And that didn't happen. The first time that Lonmin and AMCU and NUM all sat around the same table was on Wednesday, the 15th of August, and that was as a result of a challenge being issued by a radio talk show host. That meeting was not organized by Lonmin. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
So nothing was happening as far as the wage dispute was concerned. No mechanism was being put in place. Nothing was being done. Why did you not establish that, and why did you not establish that nothing was being done?
Well, we had people, as I indicated yesterday, who were dealing with the matter at the level where everything was happening. And I think one can concede that a meeting should have happened, a negotiation should have ensued at that early stage, even before everything escalated into the violence that it did. Yes.
So steps should have been taken at a much earlier stage to deal with the wage dispute.
I would agree with that.
But Mr. Ramaphosa, what I'm particularly interested in is why you didn't find out that nothing was being done and demand that something be done.
Well, as I indicated yesterday and even now, we had people on the executive who were dealing with these matters. And as I said yesterday, as a non-executive director, we delegate all these powers, authority, and matters to the management team who are employed on a full-time basis to deal with these matters.
But Mr. Ramaphosa, presumably if you had known that nothing was being done in relation to the wage dispute, you would have said that this is unacceptable, steps must be taken, correct?
It is possible that any non-executive director would have said so, yes.
So you didn't even ask whether steps were being taken? Because if you had asked, you would have been told that they weren't.
Well, we got reports from where everything was happening that they had met, and Ms. Ngube, who's our representative, was dealing with the matter on an ongoing basis.
So you had no information about what was going on in relation to the wage dispute, and you made no attempt. You made no attempt to get that information personally.
I had no information on an ongoing basis about what was happening.
Mr. Ramaphosa, I see that in the email you got from Ms. Ngube, quadruple J1, page 2 of the your bundle, the last sentence of that email says, "I will keep you updated should the situation get any worse."
Yes.
Did she keep you updated? Were you informed after you received the email from her that, were you informed by her that the situation had got worse?
Yes, she did inform me, and that is when the situation got really worse, when the violence then started unfolding.
Because you see, Mr. Ramaphosa, it seems to us that you expended a great deal of energy on lobbying to have the events at Marikana characterized as criminal and to increase the police presence at Marikana, but yet you did not take a single step to find out what was going on in relation to the wage dispute. Can you explain that?
Well, as I said yesterday, I was being given information of people dying and being killed. And as I indicated yesterday, that represented, in my mind, an emergency situation that needed to be stabilized. And that stabilization would, in my view, then have led to negotiations or discussions or talks beginning to happen to bring the situation to a solution. So I was confronted with information about the deaths and the injury of a number of people. So that is what I reacted to immediately.
I understand that partially, Mr. Ramaphosa, but remember we've earlier agreed that in order for the violence to end, the strike had to be resolved. So it was surely as urgent to make sure that there was at least some sort of mechanism in place in order to begin dealing with the wage dispute. Surely that was the other side of the coin and equally urgent.
I think it is the other side of the coin, but I've also been involved in situations where there have been strikes and where we have made it clear to members of the union that in any strike situation, workers should not resort to violence and attacking other workers and killing them. And during my days at the National Union of Mine Workers, we even went to an extent of writing down strike rules, that during a strike you do not attack other workers, whoever the workers might be. You do not take steps to injure them or kill them. This we did because we said, if you begin to do that, it begins to interfere with the process that you are involved in to win your demands. And the situation that was communicated to me was of an emergency nature that needed to be resolved before the discussions and negotiations could ensue. So in my view, there were then two types of situations. The emergency one, which was the violent actions that were taking place, and the normal one that would have ensued with negotiations.
But surely, Mr. Ramaphosa, there was no reason why those things could not have happened simultaneously. In fact, then you had a greater prospect of bringing the strike to an end more quickly, in which case the violence would end.
Well, I think it is easy to say that they should be dealt with simultaneously. It becomes a bit more difficult if many people are being killed on a daily basis. What you seek to do is to stabilize that so that there is peace and calm and stabilization, and thereafter you are then able to embark on proper, more fruitful discussions.
It appears to us, and we're going to argue this, Mr. Ramaphosa, that you appear to be entirely unconcerned during that week about whether there was a mechanism in place to deal with the labour dispute, even though you have said that you considered negotiation to be the only workable solution. Would you like to comment on that?
I've always been concerned about finding ways of resolving problems through negotiations. I think it is a little bit unfair on your part to say I was unconcerned. I've been more concerned than you can imagine about having people sit down and negotiate their problems and find solutions.
But Mr. Ramaphosa, you have conceded that you did not know what was going on as far as the labour dispute was concerned, and you did not take steps to find out.
I
Isn't
did
that
not
correct?
know. It does not mean that one did not take steps.
Mr. Ramaphosa, you would have heard at some stage about Mr. Zukwana, the president of NUM at the time, attempting to address strikers on Wednesday, the 15th of August 2012, and the very bad reception that he received. Did you hear about that?
Yes, I got to hear about that.
Did you hear about that on the 15th of August, on the day on which it happened?
Yes. I think it could have been on the day or soon thereafter.
It could have been on the day. That must have been very, very distressing for you to hear that.
Yes. I think I would probably have seen it on television as well.
Yes, the answer, the day or soon thereafter, is a bit unclear. I'd just like to clarify one thing.
Yes.
The attempt by Mr. Zukwana to address the strikers was on the reasonably late on the Wednesday afternoon. The killing of 34 people took place on the Thursday afternoon.
That's true.
I take it your answer implies that you knew about Mr. Zukwana's unsuccessful attempt to address the strikers before the shooting on the Thursday afternoon.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, with respect. Yes, I did. And as I recall now, because most of this was being played out on television, I would have seen it on television. And similarly, I would have seen Mr. Matunjwa succeeding in going to address the workers.
Thank you, Chair. Those are our questions.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Mr. I understand that in terms of an arrangement between Mr. Mpofu and Mr. Bam, you're going to deal with one topic in cross-examination now, and then if matters arise during the course of his cross-examination, you may seek to cross-examine further in relation to such matters. Is it? That's the understanding.
That's correct, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, may I ask for a short 5-minute adjournment? I'd just like to speak to Mr. Rambaphosa's counsel, Mr. Untalt, about a document that I don't know whether they received or not. It is part of the...
We'll adjourn for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Commission resumes. Mr. Ramaphosa, you're still under oath. Mr. Van As.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Good morning, Mr. Ramaphosa. I act on behalf of Lonmin.
Good morning to you.
Mr. Ramaphosa, I'd like to please refer you to Exhibit Quadruple J1.
Will they bring it up?
And if we could just scroll down to the bottom of the document, please. You testified yesterday that this was the email which you received from Ms. Nkube at Shanduka. Do you confirm that?
Yes, I do confirm that.
I'd like to take you to paragraph 1, the third sentence. It says, the RDOs have been demanding what Impala ultimately settled for, which was an increase to 12,000 Rand per month basic salary. Do you see that?
Yes, I do see that.
I'd like to then take you to Exhibit Quadruple X 3.20. I've given you a copy of the document.
Oh, thank you.
Bit lower down, I think. Bit lower down. I think that's the section that you want, Mr. Van As.
Now, Mr. Ramaphosa, I've also given you a hard copy. I've highlighted with a yellow highlighter, column number 1 on table 1 is the current salaries, current remuneration as at July of 2012. Do you see that?
By column, or do you mean the row or the column?
I beg your pardon, you're quite right. The row, going across.
The row, yes.
Lonmin.
Sorry, forgive me, Mr. Van As. Someone on the right-hand side has got, I don't know what it is, but it's either the headphones that are on the table so we can hear what's coming out of the headphones, or it's a radio or something. But anyway, it's making a noise, it's disturbing us, making it difficult for us to concentrate on the questions and the answers. So please see to it that doesn't happen again. Carry on, Mr. Van As.
Thank you. This, perhaps I should just set the background. This is a memorandum which Lonmin's Human Capital Department sent to Mr. Mark Munro, who is the Executive Vice President Mining, on the 27th of July 2012. If one has a look at row number 1, it sets out Lonmin's current basic salary as at July 2012, and you see that's 5,405.
Yes.
And it sets out the total package as being 9,063.
That's correct.
Now, what's more important for the purposes of my cross-examination, if you go to row 2, you've got Impala. And
Yes.
that set out the basic salary as 6,540 and the total remuneration as 9,961.
I see that.
So would it be fair to say that Ms. Nkube was incorrect when she advised you that Impala rock-drill operators were receiving a basic salary of 12,000 Rand per month in July of 2012?
Yes, on the basis of this, clearly.
And then if I go to if we can go back to triple J1, please. Quadruple triple J1. If we go to the top email, would it also be fair to then say that there is not the huge differential between the wages paid to RDOs in other companies and the RDOs paid to, and the wages paid to RDOs at Lonmin?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I think what Mr. Van As wants shown on the screen is Mr. Ramaphosa's reply to Mr. Nkube. So
Yes,
which
I
is
beg your
higher
pardon,
up on that
just go
page.
back.
There it is, that's it.
Yes, that's right.
Is that a fair?
It would be a fair
statement to put.
That's true. Fair statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Those are my only questions for Mr. Ramaphosa.
Thank you. Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Mr. Ramaphosa.
Good morning, Advocate Mpofu.
I think that without wasting time, I must also make a few declarations that, yes, somewhere, that you and I go quite a long way. I think we met in 1980.
You go back quite a long way.
Go back quite a long way, yes. We met in 1983, I remember, when at somewhere at Israel Gold Mining, when
Yes.
I was a student engineer, aspirant mining engineer or metallurgist, and you were canvassing there for the NUM. That's
Yes.
more than 30 years ago, but 31 years ago.
And you didn't join the union.
I didn't, yeah. Unfortunately, but I helped. I had already done that. Well, in 1981, I was a strike leader in East London, but that's another story. To cut a long story short, then the last encounter that we had was about 2 years ago, 30 years later, in the disciplinary hearing that was referred to by General Mbombo. Remember that one?
How can I forget that one?
Thank you. And in between those 30 years, countless occasions that you and I have worked together, notably you were my chairman of the National Reception Committee
Indeed.
for Political Leaders. Now, that, well, that's not the last nicety. There's another nicety that's still coming, so that we just get rid of the niceties here.
What's the opposite of nicety? a nasty. Is that, are we going to have the nastities after that?
That will be the rest of the language Chairperson. No, we won't go that far. The other issue that I really wanted to canvass with you in this light is, I think I'm going to level quite substantial criticisms against you towards the end of the cross-examination. But I think that it's important to start the cross-examination on a positive note. And I will start it with quite a compliment on what you said in an article that is on page 338, Chairperson, of the LRC bundle.
Yes, well, so that's what really exhibit. We made the whole bundle of exhibits. So
Yes, we made it, I think, quadruple J8, Chairperson, yes. Was it? Yes.
yes, that's
This is-
correct. That's correct.
That's-
So it's quadruple J8, and it's page
338, Chairperson.
338. Yes, okay.
You remember this is an article you wrote in the Sunday Times about the Marikana massacre or
Yes.
tragedy. Yes. I'm just going to read a few paragraphs just for context. In the first paragraph, you say the events at Marikana last week present probably the lowest moment in the short history of a democratic South Africa. The scene, reminiscent of an age which thought had long been left behind, have shaken the nation to its core. You obviously still agree with that.
Yes, I do.
And then let's jump 2 paragraphs. You say the paragraph that starts with much has. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. It's much has been written about the confluence of circumstances that led to the deaths of 44 people. The Judicial Commission of Inquiry established by President Jacob Zuma will shed light on how the events unfolded. Both the public commentary and the inquiry are essential to our efforts to understand what has happened, but they will be meaningless if we are not able to find the resolve and courage to attend to the flaws in our society that these events have exposed. You obviously still agree with that?
Yes.
And then the next paragraph, you say, the events at Marikana have revealed in the starkest terms possible the extent to which violence has become the language through which discontent is articulated and disagreement mediated. Such is the depth of grievance, and such is the extent of popular alienation that to some, peaceful forms of protest seem ineffective. For a nation that owes its democratic dispensation to its ability to solve what was seemingly an intractable conflict, this is a devastating realization. Then the next paragraph, you say, it is not sufficient to bemoan this development. We need to act now to address it. We need to attend both to the mechanisms through which we resolve conflict and to the broader question as to how those in positions of responsibility interact with and are guided by the needs and interests of the working people and communities. And then later I say, in the early 1990s, in response to escalating political violence, diverse parties came together to negotiate the National Peace Accord with mechanisms for independent monitoring and mediation. There is much that can be learned from that experience. The current situation suggests the need for a society-wide effort to promote peaceful resolution of conflict. We need to reclaim our capacity to negotiate. Later on, I'll just paraphrase, you talk about effective communication, the need to, the ability to listen. And then you say the democratic dispensation we live in today requires that companies also need to be more engaged with the communities in which they operate. They need to be sensible to their needs and ensure that they are able to respond to their concerns. And it goes on, and you say, underpinning the factors, the next page, 1, 2, 3, 4 fourth paragraph, underpinning all the factors that led to this strategy are extremes of economic inequality, poverty, underdevelopment, and that continue to characterize our society today. The conditions on the Platinum Belt in the Northwest resemble those in many communities and so on. But the most important paragraph is the one just before the last one. You say there are few innocents in this tragic space. Those who suffered the greatest loss, the wives, the partners, and children of those who died, bear the least responsibility for what happened. The rest of us will find it harder to make such a claim. This must include the Lonmin management, the board, and all its shareholders, the National Union of Mine Workers, the Association of Mine Workers and Construction Union, AMCU, the South African Police Service, and the striking miners themselves. And if you allow me, I could add the government. Would that be acceptable?
Yes.
Thanks. And they say, for wherever we find ourselves, we cannot escape that through our action or inaction. We bear some responsibility for the circumstances that made such a tragedy possible. As we mourn, so too we must we introspect. You still stand by that as well?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Well, I read that in detail because I think it's going to make the cross-examination, it will cut a lot of ground that we would have covered in the cross-examination. In that, what it looks like here is that, at the very least, you accept your share of the responsibility for the massacre or for the tragedy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Obviously, you also probably correctly say that this is not the kind of thing that can be laid onto one person or one institution and so on. So as much as you accept your share of the responsibility, you say that others should also do the same. Is that correct?
Well, as I've articulated before, even yesterday, and I did so in that article that you referred to, the tragedy that occurred at Marikana has to be approached as a collective failure by many role players, many stakeholders, And I don't think that many who had some role to play can say that they do not bear any form of responsibility. I
Yes.
think the responsibility has to be collective, and as a nation we should dip our heads and accept that we did fail the people of Marikana, particularly the families and the workers and those who died. We did fail them.
Yes. Right. No, that's fine. Well, fortunately or unfortunately, some of those parties who must share or not share that responsibility have either already been here or are still going to be here. So now we're going to deal with your responsibility since you are the one who's testifying at the moment. I'm sure that's acceptable. If you can say yes.
Yes, so we should deal.
Thanks. Now, I just want to situate my cross-examination as follows. A lot has been said about your own failures or failure to exercise certain of the responsibilities that we know. There's been reference to your fiduciary duties as a board member, and also, I suppose, your moral duty as a person who has been in leadership and so on. You remember that?
Yes.
And so, given that and what I read to you, the only question really that we need to determine is the extent of your responsibility. Would you agree?
I don't know what that means, the extent.
Yeah, no, it means that if you and I agree that you accept some share of the responsibility, the only thing that remains is not to establish that, because that's established, is to establish the extent of that responsibility.
Chair, these are utterly abstract questions which are not helpful to anyone. If my learned friend wants to pursue the question of the Deputy President's responsibility, let him deal with matters that can be dealt with factually, but these general statements are just entirely unhelpful, and the editorializing is equally unhelpful.
Well, Chairperson, I'm not here to help anybody. I'm putting the cross-examination into context.
I thought you were here to help us, the Commission.
Yes, but, yes, I concede that, yeah. But anyone else must help themselves.
Can I just ask the witness two questions? Do you accept, you talked about collective responsibility, do you accept, because this is the foundation of Mr. Mpofu's questioning, that to some extent, you personally have some responsibility for what happened? That's the foundation of his cross-examination. What's the answer to that?
Yes, I would. I've couched all this, and without being evasive, to say that we all have had a role to play, and somewhere along the line we may not have fulfilled those roles as we should have fulfilled them, and that is what I would say, yes, I accept.
So to paraphrase what you said, you and a lot of other people and institutions fell short to some extent.
Indeed.
Now what Mr. Mpofu wants to know from you is, would you be able, in order to help us, to define the extent to which you, in retrospect, because we all know that hindsight is 20/20, to what extent would you, with hindsight, say you fell short?
Is that what you would like me to deal with now?
Would.
Yes, I think, Mr. Chairman, I think the responsibility at the board level, as a non-executive board member of Lonmin, one should have sought to find out more closely the actual process of negotiating with the union. That I would concede I should have done. I should have probed that. And I should also I would concede, have looked more closely at the unintended consequences that flowed from paying workers a living out allowance and finally getting them to a point where they took the money and went to live in less than desirable accommodation, where they would face challenges of nutrition, challenges of having to pay a lot of money for transport. As companies, that is what we should have done. We should have looked more closely at where the workers live and how they live, because the living conditions that workers were exposed to is not something that I can proudly say that I would like to be associated with. In fact, they are appalling and they are inhuman, and that is what I should have paid, and indeed the board should have paid close attention to.
Thank you. In fact, you had, of the parties that you have listed, that you say should share the responsibility, you were associated with about 6 of them. The only 2 you were not associated with were AMCU and the striking miners as strikers as such. Would you agree?
Yes.
You were associated with Lonmin management, associated with the board, you were a shareholder, you were associated with the National Union of Mine Workers, you had some dealings with SAPS and the government, correct?
I was not in government when all this happened.
Fair enough. You were not in government, but you were exchanging telephone calls with people in government.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not sure, I know this is one of the issues we have to decide, but I'm not sure we can take it at this stage as a given that his contacts with the government, the ministers, and the police in themselves brought about a share of responsibility for him. It may be, depending on the issues that are going to be covered later in your cross-examination.
Fair enough, Chairperson.
But it's not a given at this stage.
No, it's not.
It's one of the matters we have to anxiously consider.
Yes. Well, maybe I can short-circuit it by saying you were a senior member of the governing party, the ANC, at the time, correct?
Yes.
Thanks. But we'll still develop that association. Now, what I'm going to seek to establish, in fairness to you, I must say this up front, so that we work together. It's not all the stories about fiduciary responsibility and all that which you've just dealt with now. I'm going to suggest at the end that the extent of your responsibility is not confined to that, but should also extend to criminal liability. You understand that?
I hear you.
Yes. And therefore, this discussion is just going to be at another level, at that level, not about some moral duty that you might have failed to do, although we'll touch on those, but it will be to driving towards that point. Now, in order, and just for clarity's sake, so that nobody misunderstands what I'm saying. What I'm saying is not that the commission is not empowered to say whether you are criminally guilty or not. That's not its purpose. That can be determined by another forum. All the commission can do, or at least all I can say to the commission, is that they must make a recommendation for another forum. We understand each other. Yes?
Chair, just on a point, if no part of your remit concerns questions of the attribution of criminal liability, can't imagine...
One of the questions we have to consider is possibly making recommendations to the prosecution authorities
Yes.
for consideration by the Provincial Director of Public Prosecutions, I take it primarily, of possible prosecutions of various persons. So I think that's what Mr.
That's the
Wolf is
distinction I'm
alluding
drawing.
to.
I had understood my learned friend to say that that was not what he considered to be relevant for your purposes, but if it is, then he must make it plain that that's what he wishes to suggest you should do.
Well,
Yeah.
he can look after himself, but my understanding was he was saying correctly,
Yes.
it's not for this commission to find anybody guilty. The most that we are called upon to do in that area is to consider whether it's appropriate for us to recommend
That's all.
consideration, not even recommend prosecution, but to recommend consideration by the prosecution authorities of particular persons for particular alleged offences.
Just so that we're plain that that is what my learned friend is seeking to establish for the purposes of making, you're in due course making such a recommendation. If that is what he's doing, then fine, we at least know what the terms of this exchange are about.
That's what I understood him to say, but I may
That's
have
exactly what I
misunderstood.
said, Chairperson. I don't understand this. That's exactly, when I used the word recommendation, I was using it in that context. Yes. Yeah.
So I correctly summarised the point you
You
put in.
did,
So
you
I didn't
did.
misunderstand you on that issue, at least.
No, you didn't, Chairperson. No. And you understand what that distinction after that debate, Mr. Ramaphosa, correct?
I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, no, okay, I'll help you. One of the terms of reference is that the President has given to the Commission is for it to make recommendations for certain aspects or outcomes to be referred to other agencies. And that includes the prosecuting authorities. So I was saying to you, when I'm going to talk to you about criminal liability, it's not as if at the end of this commission I'm now going to say, well, Mr. Ramaphosa is guilty of this and that, and therefore, Mr. Chairman, you must find him guilty. That's not the purpose or powers of this commission. It would only for them to refer it to another place. Do you understand now?
I do.
Thank you. Now, in order to circumscribe then our discussion, for me to be able to make that recommendation at the end.
You're going to make the submission and you're going to ask us to make the recommendation.
Yeah, of course, yes, without usurping the powers of the chairperson. For me to motivate for that recommendation to be made, I would have to lay the basis for 4 broad things or themes which I'm going to canvass with you in this cross-examination. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
The first one would have to deal with things that you did, physical actions or inactions that you must have performed. You understand that?
Yes.
The second broad category would have to deal with your state of mind, your intention, and so on. You understand that?
Yes.
For sure. And thirdly, one would have to deal with what we lawyers call causality, the connection between what you did and the consequences. The consequences, in this case, the consequences are the deaths of people and their injuries and so on. You understand that?
Yes.
And then, of course, it's the outcome which I've just mentioned. And that's easy. I don't have to establish that. We all know that people died, others were injured, and so on and so on. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So let's start then with just a few of the things which are relevant to what I'm going to ask you about, which you have done or you have agreed to having done. It's just a list in no particular order. Number one, you made a call to Mr. Zokwana, correct?
Yes.
Which has been referred to. So I'm using shorthand. I'm not going to say on such and such a date. You know what I'm talking about. Secondly, you made a call on the 12th of August to Minister Mthethwa.
Yes.
Thirdly, you made a call around the 14th of August to Minister Susan Shabangu.
Yes.
Fourthly, you made another call on the 15th of August to Minister Mthethwa.
Yes.
Number 5, you, and this is almost like a question, in order to arrange the meeting in Cape Town, you must have made another call to Minister Shabangu or her PA.
Yes.
Correct? Yeah. 6, you made a call to the ANC Secretary General, Gwede Mantashe, or had a discussion with him. Might not have been a telephone call.
Yes.
Yes. Then, 7thly, you had a meeting in Cape Town with Minister Shabangu.
Yes.
8, you had a call or a discussion with the Chamber of Mines.
Mr. Mike Decker.
Mike Decker, yes. And you, and this one, you didn't participate directly, but you were made aware of a discussion subsequent to your discussions with Minister Shabangu that was going to take place in the cabinet and with the president, correct?
Can you just rephrase that one, please?
Were you, just a minute.
The reference is to page 18 of your bundle, triple B4, your email of the 15th of August at 2:58 p.m. to Mr. Jamison and others. And in paragraph 2 of that email, you summarize the discussion you'd had with Minister Shabangu by saying she's going into cabinet and will brief the president as well and get the Minister of Police, Nati and Mthethwa, to act in a more pointed way.
Yes.
The question is based upon that passage.
Okay,
That passage in the
I understand now.
Yes. And in fact, in your own statement, it's put much more clearer. Your statement is triple F 32. Is it? $13.5, Chairperson.
23 of your bundle.
Yes, page 23
it's
of the witness
fourth
bundle.
page of your statement.
There you say, Minister Shabangu agreed with Lonmin's characterization of the situation, which we'll come to, and indicated to me that she would bring the matter to the attention of the cabinet and the president. Is that
Yes.
how you understood it?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and then number 10 is the, let's call it the email exchange that you had with Ms. Ngube.
Yes.
And then you had a similar email exchange with Mr. Mukwena.
Yes.
And then lastly, number 12, you had the famous email exchanges with Lonmin leadership, board chairperson, and so on.
Yes.
Okay. So those are the 12 acts that I'm going to refer to. I'll call them the dirty dozen.
Before we get too fixated on the number 12, the evidence indicates that there, in fact, wasn't a cabinet meeting on the 15th of August. Minister Shabangu is still going to come and tell us what she did on that day.
Yes.
But there wasn't a cabinet meeting.
There was a cabinet committee that's been established
I'm
by
saying
Mr.
there wasn't a
Mthethwa.
cabinet meeting. According to the evidence of the Minister of Police, she didn't speak to him on that day, but certainly before the...
Yes.
So I'm not sure whether your dozen stands, but certainly 11 of the points you make are still there to be discussed.
Well, it wouldn't affect the dozen because the president is still there. So let's say there was no cabinet meeting, it was referred to the president, it's still a dozen.
Know whether she referred it to the president.
No.
That's the point.
That's
That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure that one can accept the 12th point. I'm not saying it isn't correct. certainly there wasn't a cabinet meeting. Whether she spoke to the president or not is something
Yes.
there's no evidence about. She
Fair
will
enough,
be coming
Chairperson.
in due course. So,
Accept that,
so,
accept that.
So perhaps it's be sensible to confine yourself to the 11 points that
No.
are common cause that took place.
Yes. No, Chairperson, all I was saying to the witness, which he has already agreed to, by the way, is that he was made to understand that those discussions would be escalated to the cabinet and the president, and that is the case. Whether indeed that happened is another matter.
Chairperson, just a brief one to deduct from the dozen of my learned friend. There was no telephone conversation between Minister Mteto and the witness on the 15th.
I said that I thought there wasn't. There certainly wasn't one before the shootings. But yes, that's also a factor to be borne in mind. But anyway, you've got enough material to cross-examine on for the time.
Yes, yes, yes.
Time it's been allotted to you.
Yes, but I was saying, yes, Chairperson, we'll fill the dozen. Maybe one should have done what is called the baker's dozen, so that.
This dozen is 13.
Yes, so that you have a spare wheel. Yeah, but be that as it may, the point really is that this is a cluster of acts, whatever we call it. We're still together. Mr. Ramaphosa.
Yes.
Yes. Now, we are then going to deal with those. Let's put that issue aside for now, because I want to deal with an issue that doesn't quite fall into those 4 categories that I spoke about, so that we get it out of the way. You are familiar, you must be, with the whole notion of conflict of interest. Yes?
Yes.
And you are aware that it is undesirable for one to act when they are conflicted in various situations. I'm just talking generally now.
Yes.
Yes. And sometimes those breaches of those conflicts might even be unlawful, depending on whether it's a breach of articles of association or a statute or the Constitution. Agreed?
Well, in the situation of articles of association, yes.
Yes.
Or breach of a statute, yes.
Yes, of course, yes. Thank you. Now, just on the actions that that basket of actions that we've spoken about, you were let me put it this way: you regarded yourself as you were regarded correctly as a person who's associated with NUM, a former leader of NUM who has some direct relationship with them, correct?
Yes.
And when you had your telephonic discussions, which I referred to in the emails, with Mr. Zokwana, Mr. Mutlatsi, and people like that, you were doing so in that capacity?
Yes.
Right. At the same time, you were communicating with Lonmin management.
Yes.
Where the NUM was the recognized union, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And at the same time, you were a shareholder of Lonmin.
Yes. Shanduka.
Of Shanduka, yes, which is a shareholder in Lonmin.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Eventually, it's a shareholder in Lonmin, correct?
No, indirectly it is.
Indirectly.
Yes. Thank you. And it holds 9% of Lonmin.
Yes.
About.
Of Lonplatz, yes.
Yes, of Lonplatz, yeah.
Much less of Lonmin itself.
Yes, of PLC.
Yes.
Yeah, fair enough. And at the same time, you are also having discussions, as we've established, with Mr. Mantashe.
Yes,
And you are a member of the National Executive Committee of the ANC.
that is true.
And as we've already established, the ANC is the governing party.
Yes,
And at the same time, you had your relations with Mr. Mthethwa, among other things, were that you were both in the National Executive of the ANC,
yes, that's correct.
as well as Mr. Mantashe.
Yes.
What am I leaving out? And you were a non-executive director of Lonmin.
Yes.
Now, if you look at that web of
Relationships.
relationships,
Yes.
thank you,
Yes.
you would accept that then you were caught up in a cesspool of incestuous relationships in
Sure, that
relation to the players.
Chair, that is not a proper question to put, not only by the use of adjectives which are unhelpful in elucidating what question is being put, but if my learned friend wants to suggest that something about these relationships gives rise to a conflict of interest, he has to articulate what were the duties and that are relevant to his question and what are the interests with which they conflict. Absent any such specification, that is not a question that is properly put or helpful to anyone.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, could I also
That's
say
a fair
that
question.
I do take exception to a question that seems to suggest that my relationship with my organization, the African National Congress, is incestuous.
No.
I also similarly do take exception to a suggestion that my relationship with the Secretary General of the ANC is incestuous, and all the other colleagues that you referred to. Mr. Chairman, I do take exception to that.
Yeah, that might well be.
You mean-
Yeah, I'll remember.
There are 2 points. The first point is incestuous was an unhappy word, which I take it you will withdraw. The second point is that you should spell out what the nature of the conflict was. Just a vague phrase like the one you used, even shorn of that objectionable adjective, is still unhelpful.
I've already said I'm going to do that.
Well, you put the general question expecting an answer. So put to the witness clearly what the conflict, or conflicts, I think implicitly what you're putting to the witness is there were several conflicts.
Yes.
Spell out what the conflicts are. Don't use objectionable adjectives, and we will make progress.
Well, this witness is an expert in using adjectives like dastardly. So I will try and restrain myself.
Let's not
That's fine.
engage in debates of that kind.
All right, we'll get there. From your experience,
Sorry, is this going to take some time? I was proposing to take the first comfort break now. I thought I'd wait until this point was finished, but it looks to me as if it may
Yes,
take a bit of
Chairperson,
time. So if it's convenient for you, I don't want to do anything that's inconvenient for you, but if it's convenient for you, shall we take the first comfort break now?
Yes, it is, Chairperson, because there are many relationships.
That's right. Quarter of an hour break.
Yes. Made in 1983, I remember, when that somewhere at Israel Gold Mining. I was
Mr. Lonmin to say that that was not what he considers to be relevant for your purposes, but if it is, then he must explain that that's what he wishes to suggest.
understand that that's our case?
I disagree with it, and I hear you.
You understand?
I hear you.
No, but do you understand? Well, you can't disagree with something you don't understand. Do you understand the case?
I hear what you are saying, and I disagree with you.
Do you disagree with something you understand or something you don't understand?
Chairman, isn't
Well, I
it
think you're
possible?
wasting time
I
now. He
think
says he's
it
heard
is.
what you said, he doesn't agree with what you said. I think that's
Chairperson-
enough for my purposes.
Well,
That's
Chairperson,
enough for my
can't you
purposes.
just ask the witness to answer the question so that we move on, rather than
Well,
what have I done except answering, asking a question?
I interpreted his answer as being an answer to
Well,
the question. Let's not waste time, let's carry on.
Yeah, well, let's not. Do you understand the gist of our case?
I have heard the gist of your case, Mr. Mpofu.
Yes. Now, you also understand that to be fair to you, it's no use for me to say you exerted political pressure. That can mean a million things. We have to narrow it to a specific path. Yeah, you understand that?
I'm waiting to hear the question, Mr. Mpofu.
Now, that's the question. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's the question.
Oh,
There's a
okay.
question mark at the end of that. Do you understand?
I understand.
Thank you. Okay. Now, so when I'm talking about all these things, I'm trying to do that so that I can be helpful, so that we can narrow it. Now, that was just to assist you to give context. You, in one of the emails, you suggested that you were going to call Mr. Gwede Mantashe for the ANC to intervene.
Yes.
How was the ANC going to intervene in this situation?
Well, I would have left the intervention of the Secretary General of the ANC up to him. All I would have wanted to do is to say, there is a problem. The African National Congress, as the ruling party in the country, is interested in all manner of things
Yes.
that lead to the lives and deaths of people.
Thanks. Yeah, that's enough. So the ANC had an interest, as you've described it.
I wanted to communicate to the Secretary General.
Yes. Now, in the protection of that interest, how was the ANC going to intervene in line with your proposal?
I don't know how the Secretary General would have intervened, and all I wanted to do was that there should be a discussion.
No, please, Mr. Ramaphosa. You said that you are going to speak to Mr. Mantashe for the ANC to intervene. It can be, I can't ask this of Mr. Mantashe, even if he was here, because it's you who proposed it.
Mr. Mpofu, it could have amounted to a variety of things. It could have amounted to him talking to Mr. Matunjwa, who he knows very well from their past days. It could have amounted to talking to anyone who was involved in the whole drama. So, and this is a matter where we required people to be raising the issue and talking to other people.
Oh, is it? All right. And okay, let's put it this way then. If that had succeeded, that the ANC would then have been a player of some sort or another, peripheral maybe, but it would have been a player, correct?
It could have been, it could never have been, the whole might of the ANC. It could have been the individual, Secretary General, used to be General Secretary of the National Union of Mine Workers. He knows some of the players there. He knows Franz Baleni, Senzeni Zokwana, and he knows Matunjwa as well. And he knows quite a number of the people who were involved in that whole drama.
No. Well, two things. One, you know that is not the case. You know that the office of the Secretary General of the ANC brings effectively the weight of the organization, because you've been the Secretary General of the ANC. Isn't that correct?
No, in this case, what would have happened is that Mantashe was being brought in like James Mutlatsi, who used to be the president of the National Union of Mine Workers, to play a role in talking to some of the people who are involved in this.
No, but that is not true, Mr. Ramaphosa, because you said at BBB 4.1. I will be speaking to Gwede Mantashe, the ANC Secretary General, and suggest that the ANC should
Yes.
intervene, not Gwede Mantashe.
Fair enough.
Do you see the difference?
Fair enough.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So now that we've cleared that,
Yes.
what was the ANC's intervention, not Gwede Mantashe, who knows Balene, what, going to be?
Well, I was seeking to say to the Secretary General, people are dying. People are dying out there. If there is any help that can be brought to bear, people to be talked to so that we can bring the killing of people to an end.
Yes, okay. Let me just summarize it like this. Of the players that we have identified, you were a party, or I'll call it the lowest common denominator, if you talk about the ANC, Lonmin, NUM. Is that correct?
Chair, a question that is not comprehensible. What does it mean to say you are the lowest common denominator?
Well,
I think he meant something else, but perhaps he can read.
Well, I meant exactly that.
Could he just?
Yes, I will. I will.
Please just make plain what
Yeah.
he's asking. The lowest
Yeah.
common denominator is not something that is comprehensible.
Yeah, well, to those who know mathematics, it is. But what the lowest common denominator means, Mr. Ramaphosa, is that if you have a number of fractions, or in this case we're talking about these entities, the one thing that is common among them could be a number. Let's say there's 12 and 4 and 16 and 4. The lowest common denominator is 4 because it's common to all of them. Lowest. No. LCD, that's what it's called in mathematics. Looks like I have to have night school.
Chairman, I wonder whether the use of metaphor is particularly helpful. Perhaps my learned friend could just ask the question directly that he wants to
Well,
ask.
the question is that you were a common feature in those three entities. I'm sure everybody understands that. Don't know why my time is being wasted.
Let's not get involved in spats. This is questions and answers.
Well-
You understand the question. You were an actor in each of those three parties that he's referred to. You had a foot in each of those camps, to use another metaphor. That's basically the point he's putting.
Yes.
Thank you. And so what I'm going to do now is just to give you a set of facts on the basis of which I'm going to, at the end, justify my statement that there were these conflicts. You've already said that Mr. Mantashe was the Secretary General of the ANC, correct?
That is true.
He was also a former Secretary General, like yourself, of the National Union of Mine Workers.
General Secretary of the National Union
yes.
of Mine Workers.
Yes.
Yes.
And Mr. Mutlatsi,
James Mutlatsi,
Mr. James
former
Mutlatsi,
president of the National Union of Mine Workers.
National Union of Mine Workers, in your era, correct?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Mtetwa, when you were phoning Mr. Mtetwa, I'm going to suggest to you, he would not have known whether you were calling him as a shareholder of Lonmin or as a fellow member of the National Executive. Would that be fair? Or did you specify?
You're correct, he would not have known, he would have, yes.
He would have had to guess. Minister Shabangu also would not have known whether you were calling him in your capacity as a shareholder or a board member or a fellow member of the NEC, of the ANC.
Well, I think Ms. Shabangu would have known that I was a board member of Lonmin because we had had dealings on a variety of issues and we had had meetings with her prior to all this on a variety of matters that had to do with the mining business.
No, that's true. Actually, Lonmin submitted a submission on the nationalization debate of the ANC, correct?
Indeed.
Yes. So she would have known, yeah. Okay. Now, you'd also agree, as a seasoned former unionist, that usually the interests of management and the union are not do not coincide completely, let's put it like that.
Yes.
Yeah. And yet, you, being a shareholder and an executive on the Lonmin side, where
He wasn't an executive, he was a non-executive.
no, yes, well, non-executive director, or well, more than that. You are more than just a non-executive director as we know it, independent non-executive director. You are also a shareholder. If you forget the structural things, in the sense that you and I understand, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So that's the one side. Then you are convening a meeting of the union, as it were, or under the banner of the NUM, to see what must be done about the strike at the same time, correct?
What do you mean under the banner of the NUM?
Well, you said that when you were calling Mr. Senzeni Zokwana, James Motlati, and so on to a meeting, which was going to happen on Friday, that was being done as in your capacities as NUM people.
Former NUM people, yes.
Yes, and current, into the case of Mr. Zokwana, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's what I mean by under the banner of the NUM.
Okay.
Yes. Now, would you agree at the very least that is unusual in the sense that you are, as the chairperson put it, one of your feet is on the management, on the company side, let's put it, and then you are also on the labor side?
I don't see what the unusual aspect of that is, because we are human beings, we know each other, we play different roles in different organizations, and we are meeting around a common purpose.
Mr. Ramaphosa, really, in your days as a unionist, would you have had a caucus of the NUM together with Mr. Oppenheimer?
I did meet on a number of occasions with the full knowledge of my members, members of the National Union of Mine Workers, sometimes on a one-to-one basis with people who represent the employers. They knew that there was nothing fraudulent, there was nothing suspicious about those meetings. Mr. Mpofu, I've held numerous meetings with people on the opposite side of the divide. And what I've always sought to do is to deal in those meetings honestly, openly, and make sure that I am prepared to disclose whatever would have been discussed.
Yes.
So there was nothing suspicious about any of those meetings.
Yes, well, you know that that's not what I'm asking about. Obviously, people have to meet, even in the heat of a strike or whatever conflict. That's not what I'm talking about, and you know it. I'm saying, would you, when you were a unionist, would you have found it as a usual occurrence that you have a caucus of the NUM to deal about what to do about the strike and invite Mr. Oppenheimer?
I would not characterize a meeting with the employers as a caucus.
Well, okay, a meeting that happens under the banner, as you and I have agreed, of the NUM, where you invite Mr. Oppenheimer.
Not leave Mr.
Well,
Mr. Oppenheimer out of this.
Well, I'm making an example of a person.
Let's deal with some of the things that I experienced and I went through.
Yes.
During the 1987 strike, there was a lot of violence on the mines. And we had occasion to meet with representatives of the Chamber of Mines and of the employers. And in those meetings, we were able to find ways of curbing the violence to the extent that we could, because that was a completely different situation that we are exposed to now. And there was nothing suspicious about that or unusual.
Sorry, again, you know that I'm not talking about those kinds of meetings. But by the way, since you've mentioned the 1987 strike, was some of that violence perpetrated by your members in the NUM?
Yes.
Yeah.
But as you say that, you will recall what I said earlier, that in the National Union of Mine Workers, we had strike rules.
Yes. Well, did those strike rules involve not shooting other workers?
Not as far as I know. What I do know is that the workers who were shot at by the apartheid police.
Yes, no, I'm saying when you were there, one of the rules you've referred to must have involved people, NUM members not shooting fellow workers, correct?
Well, it could not have been maybe specified like shooting, but not perpetrating acts of violence against other workers.
Yes. Well, after you left, as you will hear, on the 11th, actually the first act of violence was by NUM members shooting the protesters.
There's an objection, Chair.
So I heard.
This objection I've had to make previously. It is not the first act of violence. There are several acts of violence and acts of intimidation that have been logged by Lonmin in respect of strikers taking action against persons who wish to go to work. So this is not being put correctly, and again, it needs to be put in context.
Okay, Chairperson, I'll refer to my previous answer to that. But you are aware that one of the...
Let's take this point slowly. I think, am I correct in saying that the first live ammunition that was fired in this whole saga, as far as we know on the evidence before us at the moment, was on the Saturday morning by NUM officials who gave evidence. They claimed they were acting in self-defense. There may be a basis for arguing, which we'll hear at the end, that the bounds of self-defense were exceeded. But I think it's correct to say, Mr. Tip, that there is evidence from the unabridged Lonmin occurrence book that rubber bullets were fired on the Friday night. But I think it's also correct to say there's no entry that I'm aware of that anybody on either side, actually, either the striker's side or the employer's side or the police side, fired live ammunition on the Friday night. The first live ammunition was fired by NUM officials, they say in defense of themselves, on the Saturday morning. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, Chairperson.
So I think, subject to those qualifications, I think Mr. Mpofu may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Well, Chair, let me just complete what I have to say on that, because it is my recollection that there are indeed entries in the logs and in the evidence concerning shots of a live ammunition kind that were fired in the course of the evening of the 10th. But with respect, that is not the pertinent question here at all.
Yeah.
It is simply that my learned friend, Mr. Mpofu, must put facts to the Deputy President in a balanced and complete way so that he can deal with it in an equally balanced and complete
Yes.
way.
I'm happy to do it on the basis that the Chairperson...
Maybe you can reformulate it this way. It's not necessarily relevant who fired what first. What is relevant is that, what you are putting, is that NUM officials did fire live ammunition and injured 2 strikers on the Saturday morning, and that, unless they were acting in self-defense, which they say they were, of course, that would not have been covered by the strike rules to which the witnesses referred.
Yeah.
All right.
And I think, in fairness, the witnesses agreed. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes. And by the way, Chairperson, apropos, I don't want to be sidetracked, but the so-called 5 shots that were had turned out to be an unrelated incident, but we'll deal with that on another day.
We don't know. The trouble is there's no evidence really before us in any depth at all of what happened.
No, it did. There was a body that was found with 5 shots, but it was unrelated. We can deal with
evidence
it.
for us as to its relation, if any, to the things
Yes.
we're busy with.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Anyway, we
It's fine.
concentrate on
This much we've
this
established.
much,
Yeah.
on
Thank
the
you.
issues before us. We can make progress.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson. In fact, if one goes to your biography written by Anthony Butler, a copy of which was supplied, I'll just read it out, it's a short. On page 195, it says the following. While the strike, it's about the 1987 strike. While the strike unfolded in various ways, no two minds were alike. Violence, at least, was everywhere. The worst of the violence was inflicted by NUM's own members. Strikers assaulted non-strikers and strike breakers with unprecedented viciousness. In some compounds, armed workers set up kangaroo courts and strikers received death sentences, quote unquote, for betraying their comrades. You remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. And that's a correct reflection of what happened.
Well, I remember the reference to it in the biography.
Yes.
It does not follow that it's exactly what happened.
That is exactly why I'm asking you the second question.
Yes.
Mr. Pofu, just housekeeping in the proper form. You've given us a copy of an extract from Professor Anthony Butler's biography of the witness.
That is correct.
That extract will be quadruple J9. It's page 22 and following of your bundle, but that won't go into the record. All that will go in the record as exhibit will be this this extract you've given us, and you are quoting from, I think it's page 29 of the bundle, which is 195 of the published book.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let me put it this way. I see the distinction. That I was making the same distinction. You remember that that's what it says in the biography. Now I'm saying in relation to the events generally that occurred during that strike, you wouldn't quarrel with what the author says.
You know, I do quarrel because that's not entirely the truth.
Oh. So there was no violence from any of members?
I'm not saying that there was no violence. There was violence during that strike. A number of people died. The description that he attests to how people died and the kangaroo courts is in question because he clearly has a particular view as a writer, as an author. What he's saying has not been tested. Okay.
Can we then say, going for, again, for a minimalist approach, that during that strike there were some attacks and murders of non-strikers?
There were people who were killed, yes, non-strikers as well, so
yes.
a number of people were killed.
Yes. So you're not completely unfamiliar with the notion of strike violence yourself?
I'm very familiar with it, Mr.
Yes.
Pofu.
And you are also familiar with the COSATU study that says that increasingly workers are regarding strike violence as an acceptable way of perpetrating a strike, which is obviously undesirable, but that is what is happening.
I have read that.
Yes. And you know that in recent time, one of the most vicious strikes was, I think 29 people died, was by a COSATU union, I think it was Satao, correct?
Yes.
Right. Now, the bottom line really in what I'm saying is that we are going to argue that your actions in this whole saga were motivated by your own financial interest. Mm-hmm. You understand, and do you agree?
I hear you. I do not agree.
So your actions had nothing to do with your financial interest?
No, they did not.
And yet, in the circulars that were being sent to people, including yourself, some of the things that were being highlighted was the impact of the strike financially on the shareholders, obviously, correct?
Well, it could well be articulated in the circular. My intervention had to do with people losing their lives. I think we need to understand that.
No, your intervention had nothing to do with people losing their lives. It
What-
had everything to do with your financial interest and the fact that your shares were diminishing as a result of the strike. That's what I'm
Mr.
putting to you.
Mpofu, I disagree with you completely on that one.
All right, let's go there. You accept that, you have accepted that if Lonmin had engaged with the strikers, the violence would not have occurred.
Well, Lonmin needed to engage with the strikers, negotiate with them. That I think we've already covered.
And if they had done so, one of the possible consequences is that the violence would not have occurred.
I don't know whether it would not have occurred.
But it's possible. You considered that yesterday.
Yes, it is.
It is possible, yes. Now, you see, that's because that proposition was put, let me put it this way, generously, by Mr. Badlander, by saying that no further deaths would have occurred. In other words, alluding to the deaths of the 34 miners. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Now, what I'm putting to you is that the Lonmin's obligation, from all the discussions that have taken place, I don't want to recanvass all that, so I'll just put the proposition. If Lonmin did not adopt what you have called and the NUM have called an inflexible approach, on the 10th of August, which is when the strikers first marched to LPD and refused to talk to them, then all the deaths could have been avoided.
The question badly. It's the strikers marched to the LPD, and
Doesn't
Lonmin
matter.
refused to talk to me. You said and refused to talk to me. It's Lonmin refused to talk
Yes,
to the management.
at the top of the sentence was Lonmin, so I was still talking about Lonmin.
Anyway, I've added
Yeah.
the sentence into the second
All
clause,
right.
which is needed.
But anyway, with that addition, do you accept what I'm saying?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So that this whole notion of yours that you were intervening to stop criminality, to stop violence, and all that is actually baseless, because the very violence that that resulted in the 10 people would have been avoided had you performed your duty to ensure that Lonmin talks to the strikers in accordance with their duties that were shown to you this morning. Do you understand that?
Chair, that's a very, very long set of questions. Perhaps my learned friend.
I'm
could
not
break
asking
it.
you. I'm asking the witness.
Chair, I
So
may-
what if it's wrong?
Chair.
Mr. Mpofu, I think you must give Mr. Unthal an opportunity to raise his objection without interrupting him.
Yeah, well, the length of the
Mr.
question has never been an
Mr.
objection,
Mpofu,
Chairperson.
please. Mr. Unthal is still addressing me on the objection. He's entitled to do that. I will call upon you to reply when he's finished.
Thank
Yes, Mr. Unthal.
Chair, my objection is simply this, that it's unfair to a witness to ask compound questions with multiple variants within them. I would ask my learned friend simply to ask one question at a time and solicit the answers sequentially.
Mr. Mpofu, that is correct. We have frequently in this commission disallowed, or I have disallowed questions that are double or treble questions. This one, I'm not sure how many questions were bound up in this one. There's no objection, as I understand it, to the substance of what you're asking. The request is that you ask your question singly. I think that sounds like a valid request.
Chairperson, really, with the greatest respect, I qualified the question by saying to the witness, I don't want to recanvass all the things that have been recanvassed. I'm going to compound a few propositions in order to save time. And I'm sure the witness understands the question.
Chair,
You know?
I don't understand the question. Could you rephrase the question?
Okay.
Chair, and if I
Do-
may, just whilst we're having this intervention, it's precisely the problem that by putting multiple propositions, one after the other, and then ask...
I've agreed to
Yeah.
that point. And I've frequently, before you joined us,
Concurring.
Mr. Consultant, ruled against questions which are not single questions and said the questions must be put singly. And I reaffirm that ruling, and Mr.
Yes, that's-
Mpofu will obey it, I'm sure.
Thank you, Chairperson. You've also said you don't want concurring judgments. Thank you. So, I'm saying to you, this is very important. You have considered that had Lonmin, or let me start a bit You've considered that you knew that all the employees wanted was to be talked to. You know, you knew that.
That's a given.
Yes. You, of all people, know that, as you've said, one of the achievements that you have made in the past was to restore the dignity of mine workers, correct?
Yes.
And one of the ways in which to assert the dignity of a person or a group of persons is to talk to them. Whether you're going to agree with them or not, as a skilled negotiator, as you were described, you would know that.
Yes.
Yes. So, the inflexible stance of Lonmin in refusing even to engage, not to give 12,500, but to talk to the workers was an affront to their dignity, among other things, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Now, what I'm saying that had that affront to their dignity not been perpetrated on the 10th, because we know that the first deaths occurred on the 12th, you know that, of the 10. Do you know that the first death of those 10 occurred on the 12th of August?
Yes.
Yes. So, had the affront to the dignity of the workers not been perpetrated on the 10th and they had been engaged, the ensuing deaths could have been avoided. That's the only proposition I'm making.
Chair, I'm not certain how this witness can help on that issue of causation.
I can't.
Isn't it for the witness to say that he can't help?
Yes.
Yes.
Please answer the question.
What's your answer, Mr.
I was
Ramaphosa?
about to say I would not be able to say.
Well,
I
you were
really would
able
not
to
be
say
able to
yesterday, you were able to say when it was put to you by Mr. Badlander, that had the approach which was taken by Mr. Da Costa been followed, further deaths could have been avoided.
I think the proposition was different. It was that
The answer, sorry, Mr. Ndor.
Sorry.
The answer was, the question really was put on the basis of might. It was put on the basis was a possibility.
Really?
It was a possibility. It's one thing to say it's a possibility. It's another thing to say it's a definite proposition.
Yeah.
So if you put it on the basis that he conceded it was a possibility, then you can proceed.
Yes,
with it.
I'm putting it on that basis.
If it's being put as a possibility, my answer would be yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. But you had put it forward as though it was a fact,
I
that
am
it was
so
the
sorry.
absolute reality.
Okay, fine.
It
So
is a possibility.
it's a possibility
Yes.
the deaths could have been avoided.
It is a possibility.
Yes. So that your crusade or attempts to save lives would have been unnecessary had the simple duty of engaging the workers been adhered to, possibly, correct?
Chair, the premise.
Sorry?
Yeah? I
Yes.
said, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. No, yeah is enough.
Where I want to come in, Mr. Mpofu, is with all this having happened and the failure to engage with the workers and then the deaths start, it still does not justify how one seeks to address problems, to go and kill other workers and kill them in the brutal way that they were killed. It still does not justify it.
Mr. Ramaphosa, you know me better. I've said that we go a long way. I would never justify the killing, brutal or otherwise,
Yes.
of any person. That's not the point I'm making. I'm saying to you that even if we take, let's say, for example, your intervention, belated as it might have been, had happened after the first two deaths had occurred on the 12th, brutal and so on. If your intervention had been to say, well, there are these two brutal deaths, let's engage with the workers, then I'm saying possibly the further 8 deaths might have been avoided. You can't quarrel with that, given where we've come from with this questioning.
Possibly.
Possibly, yeah. So that's really the nub of the issue, Mr. Ramaphosa, which is to say, had you expended a quarter of the energy that you expended with multiple emails and airtime and phoning this one and that one in ensuring that the simple duty of Lonmin to affirm the dignity of the workers by engaging them, that energy would have been much more usefully expended, thank you, Chairperson, in that it would have achieved what you claim was your purpose, which was to avoid further deaths. I stop it there because I don't want to ask another long question, and I'm told length is a problem.
Yes.
Simplicity is more the problem. But Mr. Ramaphosa, can you answer the question you've been
Well, the answer that I would give is that we had people on the ground who were engaging with the workers in a variety of ways. And clearly there were weaknesses here and there in as far as engaging with them in the form where they could sit down and negotiate. And what I was then called upon to do, even if you look at all those emails, to say, could you assist us? Because the situation is getting out of control. Many more people are being killed, and that is where I entered. Because I entered at the level at where they believed I could give more effective help.
Yes, no, I accept that. All I'm saying is, I'm making a simple proposition, which says, you probably had easier access to the Lonmin people than you had to government ministers. Would that be a fair statement?
I had access to both, almost equally.
Almost equally?
Yes.
Well, okay. Let's accept that.
When it comes to the Lonmin people, they are the executives on the ground dealing with the matter.
Yes.
On a day-to-day basis, on a hands-on basis.
Yes, that's fine. Let's accept that you had equal access. Now, all I'm saying is that that equal access would have been better utilized to say to Lonmin management the obvious, that people are dying, engage with them. In my experience as a former trade unionist, if you engage with them, engaging with them does not mean you give them what they want. You spoke yesterday of give and take and so on. And the workers have given evidence here that they understood that the employer might not have the 12,500 and so on and so on. And that I'm suggesting that instead of flying to Cape Town and emailing this one and phoning that one, you should have just performed the simple task. Or let me put it this way, had you performed that simple task, then all the deaths would have been avoided, could have been avoided, possibly.
No. All of us were performing various tasks. And I was performing the task that I had been asked more directly to help in. I was performing that, and on the ground, and I'm repeating this a few times now, and I'm sure that you will also understand. Maybe I should ask you whether you agree, but
no, you're here
I'm
to
here
answer
to
questions.
answer your questions.
Not
Fair
to
enough.
ask questions.
Yeah, I'm here to answer your questions.
Unfortunately.
And all I'm saying is that there was a situation of great exigency, emergency that needed to be dealt with. And that is what I was requested to help in dealing with or solving.
Yes.
And on the ground, Mr. Mpofu, on the ground, they were dealing with other situation of interacting with the workers and doing whatever needed to be done there.
No, I'm sorry. There's no other issue. Your mission was to prevent the deaths of people, wasn't it?
That is what I was doing when I was interacting with all those people that I was interacting with in the emails.
Yeah. I'm simply putting a proposition to you that says, if it was true that your mission was simply to prevent the deaths of people, and it had nothing to do with the fact that the strike was affecting you in the pocket, then you would have taken the easiest route in preventing those deaths, namely to ensure that the strikers are engaged with.
Mr.
I'm sorry. Okay, you can answer.
I did what I had to do in terms of interacting with all those people who I believed could bring the situation under stability. That is what we were dealing with.
Well, also you knew that the management here was reticent or reluctant to engage with the workers because of the floodgates argument, that it would open floodgates and there would be other groups of employees also making these demands. And that, by the way, is also a financial consideration. But the point I'm making is that you knew about that.
I knew that in their interaction with the employees, they had put forward the views that are articulated in the report that I got from Ms. Ngube.
No, I'm afraid it's more than that. There's a new exhibit, Chairperson, which is the extract from the minutes of Lonmin PLC board meeting held on 25 July 2012.
The documents we got, I don't remember reading it last night.
Yes, yes, it was only given yesterday, Chairperson. It's just a half a page.
What you've got in the list that we got was under new documents. It says item 20, relevant Lonmin board minutes still to be specified.
And 21.
We haven't got a 21.
Oh yeah, no. Then you've got the provisional list. Yeah. Thank you. There is
something is now on. Something is now on the.
That's the one
on the screen. I see. And there's now page 78 in my file. All right. So that will be quadruple J10, extract minutes. Is this is the LPC company, Lonmin. I mean, sorry, Lonmin PLC. Sorry, PLC, dated 25 July.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. In that, it says...
So that's quadruple J10.
10, thank you, Chairperson. In that, it says... I'll just read the first paragraph. This is presumably the CEO's report to you, to the board. Ongoing tension between AMCU and NUM continued to pose the biggest risk to production. Both unions are actively recruiting members across the business, with current membership of AMCU and NUM at 18% and 52% respectively. A 2-year wage agreement was in place with NUM, and whilst limited recognition rights had been granted to AMCU, there was a possibility that AMCU could seek to demand a different settlement ahead of the implementation of this 2012. In addition, that's the important part, rock drill operators were seeking an additional increase to align their remuneration with their counterparts at Impala and Amplatz. Given that we have wage bargaining structures agreed with those unions entitled to collective bargaining rights, we were resisting, underline, resisting any such separate deals, as these would effectively open the door to demands from a potentially unlimited number of other parties, including conflicting and overlapping groupings of workers. You knew about this?
Yes.
In fact, you were at this meeting.
I believe I would have been, yes.
No, well, you were. If you read further down.
Yes, I was, actually.
Yes, thank you. It actually says that Mr. Farmer noted that the potential volatility of the situation between the two unions was apparent in a recent incident where an NUM representative took a handgun to Sefi Shaft. The police were able to intervene before anyone was hurt. Mr. Farmer assured the meeting that there was police presence at the hostels and there were regular checks for weapons. However, the hostels only housed approximately 10% of our workforce. Mr. Ramaphosa suggested that electronic security devices be installed throughout the property to automatically check for firearms, and that serious disciplinary action be taken against all individuals involved in any kind of intimidation or violent behavior. Remember that?
That is correct.
Yeah. So in that meeting, apart from suggesting that they must erect electric fences and all that,
sure,
you did not say this idea of yours in the first paragraph that we must resist talking to people because it might open floodgates is dangerous and might lead to violence. Did you?
Well, I would have said clearly, minutes never record everything, but what I would have said is, well, what I did say is that we need to take care to negotiate or to talk to the unions, and if anything, explain to them the difficulty that this would give rise to, that you give an increase to one bargaining unit and then it starts it starts creating problems all around. That is the type of thing that any management should be able to explain to workers and say, may not be able to do it now, but if we do it now, this is the problem that it would give rise to. That is the view that I put forward.
Well,
but it's obviously not recorded.
well, it's not about not being recorded. If you had put that forward, if indeed you had put that view forward, and not been defeated, then on the 10th of August, the stance that was adopted, which I've said was causally linked to all the deaths, all 44 of the deaths, the stance that was taken could not have been taken, because what would have happened here, you would have poo-pooed this idea, and it would have been clear that this is not the approach to be taken, and then 2 weeks later or so, when the workers came at LPD, they would not have been told that management is refusing to talk to them, using the same lame excuse about agreements.
Again, Chair, my learned friend is simply giving an address. If he could either ask questions or break down the propositions he wants to put.
Yeah.
Are you unable to answer the question as your counsel suspects?
I don't know what the question
Yeah.
is.
The question is simple.
Helps us when we read the record later, when to have single questions, single answers. Otherwise, you'll ask a whole lot of questions to one, you get an answer yes, what's he saying yes to? So please adhere to that ruling I gave.
Chairperson, honestly.
I'm sure you will deal with it honestly too.
You know, I'm sure many questions have been asked in this commission, much longer and more multiple than that. But be that as it may, I'm saying to you, okay, let me do it like this. Did you or did you not raise an objection to this proposal?
Well, I raised the issue of discussing this problem that the CEO had raised with the unions and articulating to them the difficulty and getting them to understand how this increase in between wage agreements would create a problem.
Then why did the board not adopt your suggestion or warning?
Well, I don't know. I was just one board member out of many.
No, you cannot know, Mr. Ramaphosa. It's either you did not raise the thing, as the minutes suggest, or you raised it and then you were defeated. You can't say, I don't know.
Well, clearly it's something that management would have needed to act on. And as it turns out, yes, they didn't act on it.
All right.
Yes.
So then it's even worse. Then it means that the management, despite your warning that the path that they were following might be dangerous, on the 10th of August, nevertheless refused to speak to the workers, knowing that this might lead to violence. Is that your evidence?
Well, that's what you're putting forward. You say they refused to speak to management. I mean, to the workers.
Yes. No, there are only two possibilities. It's either they refuse to speak to the workers in line with what they had presented here, or they refused to speak to them in contravention of what you had raised.
Well, I think we would need to look at the various sequences that followed, whether meetings were held, any real attempt was made to meet, and at the executive management level, whether they sought to meet. And I know for sure that management there was a time when they were even afraid to go to the copy. When they were called to go to the copy, they thought that they would be attacked and killed.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
You see, that excuse is even lamer than the first one, because by all accounts, on the 10th of, even in one of your emails, on the 10th of August, the march was peaceful. So nobody was afraid of anything. Mm-hmm. So that could never have been the reason why they did not engage. The only reason they did not engage is because of what is stated here.
Well, as I say, one would need to understand the number of attempts that were made on both sides. I don't have line of sight of that right now, to be quite truthful.
No, fair enough.
Yeah.
That I understand. I'm simply saying to you, the evidence so far, you can take it from me, otherwise I'm sure somebody will object, is that the march of the 10th was peaceful, and that management refused to speak to the workers. And we are going to argue that that was, I don't want to bore you with that was the event that then snowballed into a whole lot of tragic events.
Okay.
I'm just summarizing. You understand that?
I understand.
Yes. And there was no question of anybody being afraid of anything on the 10th. Actually, Mr. Sinclair, who was the security person, I think was surprised, but you know, that's what he was told. Go and tell them we're not going to speak to them. I'm saying that, had that not happened, well, you and I have agreed, had that not happened, possibly the rest might have been, the day might have been saved, correct? And we would not be sitting here.
I understand what you say.
So, let's then go to the question of I just wanted to deal with, I've dealt with the question of what I call the conflicts. I want to deal now with the element of unlawfulness of some of the, remember we said there were those activities, and I'm going to attach certain things to them, as it were.
Which conflicts were you referring to?
The conflicts that you and I have gone through, the lowest common denominator and all that, that whole discussion, ANC, Lonmin, NUM, sitting on both sides, shareholder.
That's the way you presented the point. Because the conflict of interest actually goes a bit further than that. You can, if you wear three hats, you can wear, provided they don't clash with each other, you can wear all of them simultaneously when you engage in negotiations or do other things. But it's the clash between your different interests which causes you to either say I'm only acting in this capacity or to recuse yourself completely because you can't, you owe loyalties to two sides and you can't.
Yeah, but that's exactly.
But you didn't.
I did, Chairperson. I spoke about being in NUM and being in a union at the same time as being in management. What more?
Well, I'm just saying to you, that's the point that's inherent in a conflict of interest. If you're satisfied you dealt with the point adequately and you were about to argue to the end, well then I won't stop you.
Mr. Chairman, I do want to respond to this issue of conflict of interest because it does seem to be quite central in Mr. Mpofu's cross-examination. And I would have thought that the issue of conflict of interest, a problem of conflict of interest really should only arise when one believes that there is the connection between the parties is improper, it's either fraudulent or even maybe even criminal.
Yes.
Now, in all these relationships that you tried to even suggest are incestuous, I would say that if someone is trying to help solve a situation which would either save lives, would either advance the common purpose of everyone, it should never be seen as a conflict of interest. You came to me here yesterday as counsel and you said, I've been trying to be certified as senior counsel. Is there anything you can do for me?
No, that's not true.
And
no,
I said,
no, that is untrue.
Yes.
You mustn't. No, but he can't come here and make up stories. You can't make up stories. He said to me, "Are you senior counsel yet? Tell the story as it happened, Mr. Ramaphosa."
don't interrupt with the witness.
No, but he must not lie.
When he's finished, that's a question we don't have to go into now. When he's finished his answer, you can deal with it. But if you're going to interrupt, you're going to interrupt him or he's going to interrupt you, then things will get out of hand.
Yeah.
Let's keep the temperature down, let him finish his answer, and you can then deal with it.
Mr. Chairman,
Let him go on.
Mr. Mpofu and I had a fairly friendly discussion here yesterday. And I asked him, are you now senior counsel? He said,
No, that's true.
he says, yes, I'm supposed to be senior counsel. And I said, silk, and he said, I'm supposed to be, all that remains is for the president to sign the certificate that I should be clothed with the proper robe of being a silk.
Yeah.
And then he said,
And I showed you Miss Pillay.
and you even referred to Ms. Pillay, and he said there are
Correct.
quite a number of other counsels who are waiting for the
Including,
this
I said, I
certification.
referred to the judge's son as well.
And I said, and he said, and he said it awaits the president's signature. And he said, "Is there anything you can do for
No,
me?"
I did not say that.
And I said,
Mr. Mpofu,
"Darling."
please, Mr. Mpofu,
No,
please,
but I can't
Mr.
allow
Mpofu,
somebody to lie
Mr.
about
Mpofu,
me.
I
Chairperson.
can't allow people to interrupt other people.
Yeah.
If he's saying things you don't agree with, I'll give you an opportunity.
I
But
don't,
heckle
okay,
him,
say what
don't
you
in-
want,
don't
but you
interrupt
know
in the
that
middle.
is not true.
And I
Let
said,
him
Mr.
say
Mpofu,
what
don't
he wants.
interrupt
He's
me
just
either.
wasting my...
Mr. Mpofu, don't interrupt me either.
Okay, well,
Let's keep the temperature down. Let the witness continue his answer. If you don't like it, you want to put something to him, you can do so.
let him...
Otherwise,
okay,
we won't
say
get
what you
anywhere
want
with this
so that we
thing.
can go
No,
back to
You're
the
interrupting me
issue
again.
of the murder of
Mr.
the people.
Mpofu, you're interrupting me again.
the point I'm
Please.
trying to get to, Mr. Chairman, is this issue of conflict of interest. And I even raised it with him. And I said, oh, this could be a conflict of interest. But then I said, it cannot be a conflict of interest because I do want you to get that certificate. I do want you to be a silk properly with a proper certificate. And I say so even as I know that he's opposed to me. He's on another sort of side of the political divide. It is, for me, of great interest that his career and everything should be advanced. So there is no conflict of interest when it comes to that because there's nothing fraudulent about it, there's nothing criminal about it. And similarly, when I intervened for the people, the killings to stop, what he calls an incestuous relationship cannot be so. Because what I was seeking to do is to advance the common purpose of everyone and save lives. Just like I am prepared to ensure that one intervenes so that he can get his certificate to be able to practice as a senior counsel. That's what I was referring to as on the issue of conflict of interest.
Well, Mr. Ramaphosa,
Mr. Mpofu, what you want?
thank you. Yeah, Mr. Ramaphosa, if you can misrepresent something that happened less than 24 hours ago and tell an untruth about the sequence of what happened, then one shudders how much misrepresentation and falsification you can put to the events where your integrity and your criminality is in question. Now, what I'm saying is
Mr.
this.
Mpofu, let's ask a question. If there's a conflict of fact between you as to what was said yesterday, then it's a matter for evidence, but it's not an issue covered by our terms of reference, and I don't propose to investigate.
Well, you allowed it, Chairperson, so I must have a say. You understand? If he can make falsifications about me in a public forum, the least you can allow, Chairperson, is for me to refute it, if you are a fair Chairperson.
Sure. Of course I'm a fair chairperson.
Oh, well, that's what I thought.
I would have hoped that there'd be no question about it.
Yes. No, there isn't, Chairperson. I don't want to be sidetracked. What I said to the gentleman is that your son, I even said the judge's son, Miss Pillay, sitting there, and myself, when he asked, are you a silk, are in the same position. And he said, I never said, is there anything you can do? That is just a fabrication. He then said, I will speak to whoever he's going to speak to. That's all. And he even said, and I'm sure that the majority of those people are black people who are on that list, and therefore I will intervene. He offered that himself gratuitously, so don't come and patronize me. I did not ask you for any favors.
It's not a conflict of interest.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, well,
now,
it's not going to help us to resolve the issues before us. But anyway,
yes.
You've replied to what Mr.
Thank you,
Ramaphosa
Chairperson.
said. Now, I propose taking the tea adjournment now, and then hopefully, after the break occasioned by the tea break, The last one, we're supposed to be quarter of an hour. It was half an hour because we had to discuss the program for tomorrow and the day after. This time, let's stick to quarter of an hour.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Those were somebody's father, somebody's son, somebody's uncle, somebody's brother.
Headphones short. We had the problem with a set of headphones earlier. And these headphones belong to the contractor, and the recompense the contractor if there are headphones missing. Now, I'm sure the people who took them didn't take them intending to keep them permanently. It was probably just forgetfulness. But I'd be grateful if those who took headphones yesterday, if they're here, will please bring them back and hand them in. And if anybody here knows anybody who did that, I'd be grateful if they tell them and pass on the message. So that's the first thing I want to say. The second thing I want to say is that Ms. Michelle Leroux, who appears for the Human Rights Commission, reminded me that today is the second anniversary of those who died on the 12th, that's the Sunday. That's the two security guards and the worker who went to Korea 4. And I think it's appropriate for us to mark the occasion. I ask you all please to observe a minute's silence. And we all stand and we'll pray that their souls may rest in peace with light perpetual shining on them. Thank you very much. And those who are family members or loved ones of the three persons I've mentioned and who are present today, we convey to you once again our condolences and sympathy. Thank you. Mr.
Thank you. Chairperson, if you allow me, may I just maybe implore you to use that very welcome symbolic gesture in respect of all the victims, so that
I will do so tomorrow. There's anniversary tomorrow, the 13th. Anniversary on the Friday. We will
it's on Saturday.
Remember, sorry, the 13th is those who died on the 13th. The 14th, those who died was actually Mr. Twala. And we will also, of course, remember the 34 who died on the 16th. All of
on
them
Friday.
Yes,
because the 16th just
the,
happens
the
to fall on Saturday.
anniversary is over the weekend.
Yes, thanks.
But all 44 of them are very much in our thoughts.
Thank you, Chair.
And we certainly will observe as closely as we can the anniversary of their deaths.
Thank
And
you very much.
we also, while I'm about it, when Bishop Sioko came, he suggested that some kind of memorial should be put up at the scene to the people concerned. And there were crosses put up. I understand many of them have been removed.
Yeah.
But one of the matters we will address in our reports is that something be done of a permanent nature. Because as the witness himself said in the article to which you referred us, this was a horrific act in the New South Africa.
That's correct.
Which must never be forgotten and never repeated.
Thank you, Chairperson. On that, we are at one. Now, Mr. Ramaphosa.
Yes, Mr. Mpofu.
Yeah. I don't, time is of the essence.
Indeed.
Yeah. You and I'm sure will find other terrains to deal with each other. So let's just concentrate on the business of the Commission.
Heaven forbid that we deal with each other, Mr. Mpofu.
Well,
So I hope that despite what happened, you will still put in a good word for all those people who are waiting for their... are waiting for
now
the
chairperson is conflicted because his son is in this thing.
A conflict means there are conflicting interests. Then there's one interest that we all share, as you yourself pointed out. And I hope that you will do your best to ensure that the letters patent that are awaiting the President's signature will soon be signed. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I can assure you that I will not see it as a conflict of interest, which is what I was trying to communicate. And indeed, it is something that needs to be addressed, and we will duly put in a good word, Mr. Mpofu, that this should be done, more so also that the judge has articulated it.
Thank you,
so it's a lot better. Thank you very much. So we close the chapter on this matter.
No, we do.
May I say one thing? That we will not regard it as political intervention.
Yes. Or pressure. Thank you. Yes. No, in seriousness, it's, I accept that, Mr. Ramaphosa. In fact, the reason why I pointed to all those people was because you thought maybe it was just me. And I said, no, it's not just me. There are others. So I assume the President has not directed his wrath at me. But
the President likes you, actually.
Well, I like him too. Exactly. I won't quote what Mr. Bedland is saying. Now, what I was saying, Mr. Ramaphosa, about the conflict is, remember, in fairness, what I was saying to you is that you have a financial interest in this matter, which we, as a shareholder, that we accept. Correct?
In which matter, Mr. Mpofu?
You, when there is a strike, as there was now in this case, one of the consequences, in fact, it's not even just one of the consequences, it's the intention of the strikers, is to hurt the shareholders. Isn't that self-evident?
Well, if you put it that way, I mean, I never saw this as a matter where one should protect one's financial interests. I was much more interested, and you may not agree, with the loss of life. Financial interest is basically the very last thing, if at all, that one thinks of.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, yes, that may well be so. We'll explore that. All I'm saying is that you had a financial interest in the company. Okay, let me put it this way. People died at Impala a few months before that, correct?
Yes, that was
reported. You did not phone Minister Mthethwa as a do-gooder, as a person who was just interested for the loss of life. You only did it when it was your company in which you had a financial interest. Is that correct?
No, if you were to know, Mr. Mpofu, when incidents like these do occur in the mining industry, which I've been associated with for 9 years of my life, I do pick up the phone and talk to those who are in authority. So in the Impala situation, I did speak to Minister Mthethwa as well and said the people who died there should not have died because the police presence was weak.
Did you send emails left, right, and center?
No, I did not send emails because I did not get any emails from the company representatives of Impala.
So you acted...
What initiated the emails was that I was dealing with the situation at closer range and received an email from one of my colleagues, Thandeka Ncube.
Yes, because this was a company in which you had a financial interest. Why is that so difficult to admit?
Mr. Mpofu, what I'm trying to say to you that I do have interest in what happens not only in one company in the mining industry, but in several other companies as well. But if it will please you, the answer will be yes.
It will please me very much, especially since it is true. Also, it is not so that on the 25th of July, you raised or objected or even raised a finger against the suggestion that the workers should not be spoken to, lest we open the floodgates and have to pay more money to more people and so on. Because A, if that was true, and it would have been reflected in the minutes. B, if it was not reflected in the minutes, you would have corrected it in a subsequent meeting, not here in the commission 2 years later.
No, Ms. Mpofu, not everything that tends to be said is reflected in minutes, but I will leave it there because it's not an issue that I'm prepared to have a big argument over.
No, it is an issue, Mr. Ramaphosa. Unfortunately, remember that the gist of the criticism that we level against you centers around your failure to act in a particular way in relation to Lonmin and its management and so on, which may possibly have resulted in the deaths. So there's nothing more important in this commission than anything which may have contributed to avoiding the deaths of 44 people. There can't be anything more important than that. Do you understand? Do you accept that?
I understand.
Yes, thank you. Now, it's correct, isn't it, that when you were talking about these dastardly criminal acts, you were referring to the 10 deaths that had preceded the massacre, correct?
Yes.
Yes, you are referring to all 10 deaths,
yes,
indiscriminately.
Yes.
And did you really know the details of how these people had died?
The detail was related to me by the people in management, yes.
How did they say these 10 people had died?
As I was trying to describe and explain yesterday, that the 2 security guards were on patrol or in their vehicle, and their vehicle was attacked and they were burned, and the 2 policemen as well. I don't remember the exact fuller detail, but what was described to me sounded quite horrific.
Yes. Yeah, you see, the thing is, your view was that these were criminal acts and these people had been murdered, correct?
Yes.
Now, and putting aside the 2 policemen and the 2 security guards, 6 workers in your language were murdered.
Yes.
Yes. Were you aware that, to use your word, 3 of those 6 workers, 50%, half of them, were murdered by the police, according to you?
I was aware that they were killed.
No.
Now, the detail of the police killing them, I did not know.
No, Mr. Ramaphosa. You said the 6 workers were murdered.
Yes.
So so you can't change now. So if they were murdered, those 3 were murdered by the police, correct?
Yes, I mean, if they were murdered, yes.
Yeah. And those were dastardly acts.
Yes.
Yes. Now, and the shooting of workers by NUM were dastardly acts too.
Yes.
Yes. And so, if your prescription to this problem was that the people who murdered those 3 workers, you must increase the number of the murderers. Is that really what you understand what I'm saying? You were saying if those people were murdered by the police, bring another 1,000 so that they can murder more, which they did, by the way.
No, I was saying...
Mr. Semenya?
For one or other reason, one thought it imprudent to intervene, but clearly this reference to police murdering people is inappropriate. My learned colleague would know what murder is and what the elements of that is. That the people were killed and some of them at the hands of the police is common cause. He's able to put his propositions without inflaming the situation with conclusions that are not borne by the evidence.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I may reply, by referring to 13.2 of the witness's statement. He says, arising from the violence, which included the brutal murder of 6 employees, and so on and so on. And I'm talking about.
I think you've made the point.
Thanks,
the witness described these 6 employees, which include the 3 people who were killed on the 13th near the railway line, as having been murdered. That was his impression.
His words.
You put the question, as I understand it, to the witnesses, if they were murders, then they were by the police because the police killed them. Of course, it will be argued later, we know, that the witness's statement here that 6 of the employees were brutally murdered, the police will deny that, and there'll be an argument about it. So it's not a given that we can accept as a fact. But anyway, you made the point. The witness, if the witness is correct, they were murdered by the police, because if they were murdered. The witness may well have been erroneously informed, and the statement he makes may not be correct, and that's something we'll deal with later. But I think the point's been made, and we can move on.
Thank you, Chairperson. And the real point, Mr. Ramaphosa, you, of all people, you know the difference between just killing and murder, correct?
I would know.
Yes, you would. So, but that's not even the point I'm making. The point I'm making is much more subtle than that. I'm saying what the prescription, what you are prescribing as a solution, as you claim your mission was to curtail any further violence. What you are prescribing was to bring more of the police who, quote unquote, had murdered those 3 workers.
Mr. Mpofu, I think I should say and possibly confess that I did not know that some of those people were killed by the police.
Aha.
What I do know is that the 10 people were killed prior to the tragedy that occurred. And as it was put to me, and as it was described to me, it sounded quite horrific.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's exactly what I suspected. You did not know the details of who had killed who, which side had shot which side. You only knew that there were 10 people who had died.
I knew about some of the people, and we can go back to some of the communication that I received at the time.
Fair enough.
So there was a description that prompted me to react in the way that I did.
Yes.
And the description was to the effect that 2 security guards and 2 police people and some of the workers were actually killed by people who came marching through, and they killed them. That's what I was sensitized to.
Yeah. You had no idea, even in relation to the security guards, what transpired, who shot who first, and all those kinds of things, for you to conclude that they were murdered, correct?
Well, I had the general picture and idea that was put forward to me. So in terms of the actual detail, no.
You did not know? Yes?
Yes.
And this detail, such as it was given to you by the one side of the picture, as it were, by Lonmin, correct?
Yes, by people in the management, yes.
In the management of Lonmin. So, if you had bothered to, because I'm just trying to show that this thing of this mission of yours of saving lives is something that is untrue and basically made up after the fact. Remember, my theory, which you disagree with, is that you are motivated by your personal financial interest.
Which I disagree with.
Of course. So I'm exploring, we stand on opposite sides on this question. So I'm exploring your theory of general benevolence. And I'm saying that, firstly, you knew that just as a South African a prominent leader and so on, you knew that there are questions about police brutality in South Africa, correct?
Yes.
You knew that there are questions about some of the utterances made by ministers, various ministers of police or people in that ministry, shoot to kill, fight fire with fire, those kinds of controversies were taking place in the political arena, correct?
Yes.
And one of the key things about those debates, at least as explained by Mr. Mteto here, is that the theory of fight fire with fire, use maximum force, kill the bastards, and all that was confined only for criminals. You understand? You know that.
I know that.
Yes.
And by
and
the
you
way,
knew it at the time.
I should say that I don't agree with fire with fire.
Yes.
No, I don't.
No, fair enough.
Yeah.
But you knew that the explanations, which I'm sure you and I wouldn't accept, were that, normal citizens mustn't worry about this war talk. It's confined for criminals. That was the excuse, valid or invalid. Mm-hmm. You knew about that?
I've heard about it.
Yes. And so, that is why it was of crucial importance for you people at Lonmin to ensure that the strikers are characterized as criminals, so that the full brutality of the South African police services might be visited upon them.
Chair.
Your mission to go to Cape Town was to ensure that the characterization was changed, was it not?
To that question.
The menu is objective.
There is no
What's the
basis on
objective?
evidence to say there was a full brutality of the police service on individuals. That's precisely why we have this commission.
No, Chairperson, with the greatest respect, I think Mr. Semenya is just wasting my time. I'm making a submission. He can argue at the end of the case. I'm saying, making a
The
very...
complaint is if you're putting something as a fact, which is in fact controversial. If you reformulate the question to indicate that what you are putting is what is your assertion, which is controversial, then I don't think the objection can be upheld.
Okay, let's try again. Given the fact that the theory of maximum force, the theory of fight fire with fire, kill the bastards, and all that, has been explained on the basis that it only is attributed to criminals. Mm-hmm. It becomes important when one is sending the police for them to know whether on this occasion they're going to be dealing with ordinary citizens or they're going to be dealing with criminals. You understand that?
Chair, I'm afraid we now object. My learned friend articulates a theory. He doesn't explain who it was attributable to, who had the relevant belief at the relevant time, and why that has a bearing on whatever actions were taken by Lonmin until those matters.
We've had a lot of evidence about these statements by the Minister of Police, the then Deputy Minister of Police, and so on. And the point that Mr. Mpofu is putting if I can perhaps reformulate it, I think would be in order. What he's putting is, he's saying he's saying to the witness, whether this is correct or not, of course, is a matter that is not clear at this stage. He's putting to the witness, you use this terminology, dastardly criminals, because you wanted to put the people against whom you wanted the police to act into the class of people in respect of whom they had been exhorted to act in a particular way by the minister and the previous deputy minister. That's the basis of the question.
The factual predicate for that contention has firstly to be laid by suggesting that either the witness or somebody in Lonmin had adopted that frame of reference and understood that that was what the police would be likely to do. That has not been established, and it hasn't even been posed.
The witness conceded that he had heard that talk of that kind. He was aware, obviously, of these statements that had been made, unfortunate statements, as it happened, that had been made, and he said he didn't agree with them. All that Mr. Mpofu was putting, I don't know what the answer will be, but I think I can suspect. All that Mr. Mpofu was putting is that you knew about those statements, you knew the police had received those exhortations from people in high authority in the Department of Police. I think one of the National Commissioners of Police had said similar unfortunate things when he was in office. You knew about that, and you used this expression, dastardly criminal conduct, to try to persuade the police to act in the way they've been exhorted to act. That's the point. I don't think there's a problem with that.
Well, if that is what is being asked.
Thomas?
Thank you, Chair. Just to bring balance to the question, my learned friend should also refer to the fact that the evidence given by the Minister of Police was that statements such as fire with fire were directed at criminals within a particular context, and that context is the cash in transit context and no other context. In other words, it wasn't meant to apply to criminals in their totality, as it were,
Well,
as
that
a
may
class
apply
of
to the
people.
remarks that the minister made, but of course that point doesn't apply to the remarks the previous National Commissioner made or the Deputy Minister made. So subject to that excision, I'll allow the question to be put. It's been
Thank
put.
you.
The witness will answer.
And in fairness to the witness, because of the debate, I can, because I know him well, I know that he's lost the question.
Oh my.
Hey, look, it's one thing to ask witness questions, another thing to insult the witness's intelligence. I'm quite sure the witness,
Okay, well then answer the question.
Understands the question.
Yeah.
Mr. Ramaphosa, what's your answer? Did you use that expression, dastardly criminal, in order to induce the police to think that they would be dealing with the kind of people who were subject to the exhortations that the police had in years gone by received from the Deputy Minister and the previous National Commission?
My answer to that is no.
Okay, now that the chairperson has repeated it himself, I wanted to repeat it for
I
you.
hadn't forgotten the question, Mr. Mpofu. I just wanted to know whether you would be able to have the capability that the judge has displayed of repeating it in the way that he did.
Oh, yeah, no. Look, it's Bantu education. Now I know why you have a white team. Okay, now what we are saying...
That is a thoroughly objectionable...
I
love the sitting jest, but you know, that's the kind of joke which doesn't go down well.
It's not a joke, Chairperson. It's not a joke. No. It's a serious... The witness is seeking to insult my intelligence without any intervention from you.
No, that was nice.
You suggested earlier that I was
you were now making remarks about why he has the team he has.
No, I'm not going to take that from a witness.
Anyway, let's move on.
Thank you. I won't take that from any witness. But this is what I was saying to you, Mr. Ramaphosa. I'll try with my slow thinking to say it slowly. Mr. Mtetwa once said, for example, we don't believe that when you are faced with criminals armed with sophisticated weaponry, the police task would be to take out some human rights charter because we're on the field, on the killing field where criminals are killing law-abiding citizens and so on, so that they are able on the field to teach those people a lesson, to fight fire with fire. There's no other way on that. That's just one of the quotes. And then he said on the 8th of July 2011 There must be a good appreciation of the distinction between the need to use maximum force against violent criminals and minimum force in dealing with fellow citizens, which is what I was trying to explain to you in my broken English. And then he said on May 2012, police must return fire with fire. I'm sorry, Chairperson, this is FFF 14. It's a selection of extracts, which I'm reading for the benefit maybe of Mr. Utahalta. Those who have been here have heard it many times. Yeah. You can put it up, FFF 14.
Mr. Pope, haven't you made the point? The witness says he was aware of these statements. He said he didn't agree with them. But he was aware they were made, and he said he didn't use that terminology in his email in order to encourage the police to act in the way that they had been exhorted to act against the strikers. That's the point you made. You obviously don't agree with that. Your submission will be that that denial is not to be accepted. That's fine. Can't we move on to something else?
No, I'm not going to move to something else. I'm going to show you that your answer, if that is indeed your answer, cannot hold any water. If you go to BBB 4.2, this has been dealt with, but I'm just going to zoom on the theme that I'm talking about. Hello Cyril, says the email. And then the first bullet, the minister was on radio today saying she's been briefed that this was a wage dispute and management and unions should sit down and sort it out. Not sure who has briefed her. We are waiting to talk to her, Roger. And although not too damaging, it is also not too helpful. Firstly, would you agree that, as we have agreed repeatedly, that the management and the unions or the workers should have sat down to sort this out?
Yes, we have said so already.
So how can something that is true be damaging? It can't be damaging because they should sit down and sort it out. Do you agree with that?
I think you'll have to talk to Mr. Albert Jemison about
this email was written to you.
Yes.
It was communicating to you. So this refers to Jemison's story is not going to help.
It cannot be damaging.
It can't be damaging. Mm-hmm. Neither can it be unhelpful. Mm-hmm. Okay? So this was wrong, what you were saying. Correct?
Yes.
Yes. Now that we've got that out of the way, he then says, proceeding on this wrong basis, I have had 2 discussions with DG. In each case, I have characterized this as not, and NOT is in capital letters for emphasis, not an industrial relations issue, but, underline but as well, a civil unrest, destabilization, criminal issue that could not be resolved without political intervention and needs the situation to be stabilized by the police or army. So if the first part is wrong, the second part must be wrong as well, because this can be resolved without political intervention by people sitting down. So again, his second statement is incorrect.
Well, I think if you take the whole email into context, the very part that you have just read, to me, raises quite an alarm for a senior executive like that to then say, this is civil unrest, destabilization, and a criminal issue. And he even goes on to say, this requires the police stroke the army, because that conjures up in one's head that this is a rather serious situation.
Yeah, that's not my question, Mr. Ramaphosa.
So I cannot say that it's wrong.
No.
No.
Surely, you can say it's wrong if you've agreed with me that it's wrong, that or that it can be sorted out by sitting down.
Yes, that's why I say you've got to look at everything in the broader context.
Exactly.
And if you take the whole context into account, then you've got to say what he is saying with the second part, it's quite a serious situation.
No.
And that is what I reacted to.
No, but what he's saying is that it is not an industrial relations issue, which is false, patently.
Well, that's the view that he had come to.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
a view, it's a wrong view. It doesn't make it not a view.
Well,
I'm
that's-
saying it is incorrect.
That's where we disagree.
You're saying it's correct?
Yes, I'm saying he has characterized it as an issue that is now criminal. And he then paints a picture of saying this is almost civil unrest because he's on the ground and he has seen what is happening.
Yes, but the point of the matter is that he is asking you to act as a messenger to go and influence that change of characterization,
Yes.
which you gladly did.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the point. The point is that this person mischaracterizes the situation, asks you to swallow that mischaracterization and go and spew it out to a minister of state, which you do unquestioningly. That is not the role of Black Economic Empowerment Partners. You should have said to him, no, this is not a situation that needs the army to kill our people. This is an industrial relations issue. You must talk to those people. Instead of running around, flying to Cape Town to ask Minister Shabangu to change her characterization. That is a shame.
Again, my learned friend is offering an address to the witness. Perhaps he could again break down his questions into parts so that they can be dealt with.
Fair enough. Thank you, Chairperson. Do you accept that the whole notion of Black economic empowerment is so that people like you must bring to the table the views, fresh perspectives, fresh values, Ubuntu, and not things to go as they always have? Do you accept that?
I would accept that.
Yes.
But in this case, we were dealing with acts of criminality. People were being killed. And that, Mr. Mpofu, has nothing to do with Black economic empowerment.
No.
That is just plainly people getting killed.
No.
And when people get killed, whether you are black or you are white, whether you are Black economic empowerment advocate or whatever, you've got to act. And I acted to try and save the lives of further people being killed.
Yes, but your action, it is, I have no problem with you acting. I'm
Yes.
saying the nature of your action was to go to Cape Town and ensure that Minister Susan Shabangu also mischaracterizes the situation so that the people, to make the conditions fertile for the people to be massacred. You did that.
As an aside, Mr. Mpofu, I did not go to Cape Town specially. I was on a scheduled trip to go to Cape Town to go and launch the National Development Plan.
On the 15th.
That is what I was going to. So you're throwing this remark about that I went to Cape Town specially is incorrect.
No, that's not. You'll find that I've actually made that point to Minister Mtetwa.
Mr. Mpofu, Mr. Semenya has got an objection.
Oh, sorry.
In very repeated occasions, Chair, at your ruling, the word massacre has always been an unfortunate word, and I beseech you, Chair, that we go back.
You're quite right. I hadn't actually concentrated on hearing that word. We have in the past, you remember, said whether it's a massacre is a matter we'll decide at the end of the day. If the police acted in self-defense, then on the appropriate definition of massacre, I don't think it could be so described. But if they did not act in self-defense, then of course it would qualify as
Yes.
The problem is always, one can't put as an accepted fact something which is still the subject of debate before the Commission.
Yeah. No, Chairperson, I won't waste time on that. You and I have had our differences on that. Massacre is a simple English word that means the killing of many people. So it's got nothing to do with whether they're killed in self-defense or
After
whatever.
you raised the point, I looked in my dictionary and it talks about wanton killing, so or murders. So
No.
if it was, that's what my dictionary said.
Then my dictionary doesn't.
Well, I looked at the short Oxford.
So anyway, it's fine.
Anyway.
Everyone in the country except this commission uses the word massacre. So I will use what must I say?
But why don't say
according to Mr.
tragedy
Semenya, it's
or
an
killing?
incident, actually.
No. Say killing.
That's what he has said before. But it's fine.
please.
Let's call it whatever. But 34 people were killed on the 16th of August. Human beings, like you and me. You accept that? Whatever we call it.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Unfortunately, people were killed.
Unfortunately.
Pofu, it's now lunchtime.
Yes.
So I'll now take the lunch adjournment. I plead with those people who make interjections and laugh loudly and so on to desist from that. Otherwise, I'll have to implement what I said I'd do yesterday. I don't want to do that. I know everybody wants to be here to hear the evidence of Mr. Ramaphosa, but we want to hear it in peace without disturbance.
Thank you.
Now adjourned till 1:45. I'm going to see, I hope we can be back at 1:45. I'm going to see some of the council in respect to the presentations to be presented tomorrow and partly on Thursday. So we may not be back at 1:45, but we'll try hard. Mr. Badlinder, do you want me to adjourn till 2 o'clock?
Chair, let's aim for 1:45, on the understanding it may be a few minutes late.
Take the lunch adjournment.
Hello, I'm ENCA's Iman Rapetti. We are about to tell you a story. It's a story that changed South Africa forever. It's a story that goes to the heart of the country's troubles, and it's about loss, hardship, and agony. It is the Marikana story. We want you to know the images are graphic, the scenes heartbreaking.
At that time, 10 people had already died. And so by the time we moved on to the copy, we knew that there was bound to be tension because the police had put it plainly in uncertain terms that that day was going to be the disbursement and the disarmament of the miners from the copy. I had to then interview the police commissioner, Zubiso Mbombo, on a one-on-one interview. And primarily the reason I had to interview her was that, one, we had missed the media briefing, and two, what was important, of course, was what was their strategy, what operation were they going to use to get the workers to get off the copy.
Commissioner, just give us a brief plan of what is planned to happen here today.
The plan is that we intend to ensure that today we end this strike, but we intend to make sure that we end it in the best way that we can, in an amicable solution.
Why is what they're doing there an illegal gathering in terms of the, in terms of the Gatherings Act? What is illegal about what they are doing there?
It's illegal because they don't have any authority in terms of that very same act you are saying to gather in that fashion in a public space. I'm not sure about the whys, because that can be maybe responded to by either the mine management or the two unions that are seemingly those people are affiliates of.
How would you respond, finally, Commissioner, to criticism that the police have taken too long to actually disperse what is actually happening out there?
It has not been too long. We moved in here after the march on Friday, and on Monday we made a decision that we go and disarm those people and disperse them, and that's what we did. Unfortunately and sadly, through that process, that's when we lost our 2 cops as well as 3 members from their side. It is then that we came back and decided to make sure that we plan right, but also we give them an opportunity to come and hand over their weapons. And now it's time that if they can't succumb to our request, we will have to act.
If they resist?
If they resist, like I said, today is a day that we intend to end the violence.
Where I decided to give up on getting a proper answer as to what were they actually going to do, the operation that was going to be used, was when she told me that, look, this is an operational issue. We cannot tell you. By law, we are unable to tell you. In fact, we're not allowed to tell you why or how we are going to execute this operation. And therefore, then, that's when I said, okay, well, clearly I'm not going to get any answers here, but at least I had gotten the soundbite that that day was going to be the day that the miners are removed. We knew that the union leaders had already been to the mountain on previous days, and we understand that it was the 15th that they went and addressed workers at the mountain to convince them to leave that area. And so the following day, I think it was no surprise that one of them turned up, because the reason, in my view, that the AMCO leader turned up there was that his union seemed to have been the one that was received well by the workers. And so, given the favorable reception that AMCO received, they therefore then clearly were the only union that could address the workers. He didn't succeed. He was there twice that day, because he first came around at around 12.
Okay, so I'll do that. You guys can correspond. Okay, fine. Thank you. Okay, sure.
Do they have audio now? Oh, okay. Are you aware that I have an interviewee?
Provincial Commissioner in the morning that
Are you aware
this
that I have a
was
guest?
going to come to an end. And clearly, I mean, the time at that time was about
His name is
10 to
Professor
4.
Peter
And so it
Alexander.
was really getting late, and I doubt
He's with the
that the police would have
University
wanted to
of
carry out
Johannesburg,
whatever
but
operation that
would
they
you
were going
prefer
to
to
carry
say
out.
author? Yeah?
I doubt that
All
they
right.
would have
He's
wanted
with
to
the
carry it
University
out,
of Johannesburg.
carry it out in the evening, because clearly it would be unsafe for either party. And so
Prof, when I move, I'm going to move. Oh, I will just turn like this, yeah? Okay, all right. All right.
Remember that he's far from you, then you just move it.
Got you. I'm good, Andrew. How's you? Indeed, I do. How many minutes do you have? Wonderful news. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. All right, man.
Hold it, please.
Professor, so far,
act. Been an omission.
the understanding that he was clearly going to get someone
that his role
from
was
Lonmin
somewhat,
management
diminished, or his
who was going to then eventually come and address workers
was not
at the
quite
company.
what people think he was capable of, in that he keeps repeating that he was a non-executive director, and therefore it meant that he could not actively act almost as management on the ground at Lonmin. His role was somewhat diminished. Do you accept that, or do you think
So when he
he's
came
trying
back the
to
second time
avoid
around
responsibility?
to deliver a
What he
message
said is
that
he had the capacity
he was
as
not
a
only
non-executive
snubbed
director
by
to
the
influence the executives, and that his failure was not to
Yes, we want the message. I mean, want to get the message, even though maybe your guys did, but I'll try to convince them to come to the board. Management must take responsibility to save further loss of life.
The entire day that day, we obviously were scrambling for answers as journalists, because we could see that something was imminent now, something was going to happen. We were unsure what it was going to be. I think the reason why I approached that policeman was also based on what I had been told by the provincial commissioner in the morning, that this was going to come to an end. And clearly, I mean, the time at that time was about 10 to 4. And so it was really getting late, and I doubt that the police would have wanted to carry out whatever operation that they were going to carry out. I doubt that they would have wanted to carry it out in the evening, because clearly it would be unsafe for either party. And so I guess the curiosity was, what exactly is going to happen, and why is there such secrecy around this operation?
Union leaders to come back.
Say again?
I'm saying you're going to obviously wait now for the union leaders to come back.
They said most now they're going to come back, and we'll hear from them. We catch the way forward from there.
So you won't move at this point?
I cannot comment on that. Yeah, no.
We got an impromptu briefing by the police spokesperson saying, you know, they are not going to be responsible for our safety. They are going to be moving in onto a tactical phase and try and you know, make sure that they disarm these guys and take whatever weapons that they have. One could see that you know, things were moving fast. I could see in the background the guys, police getting ready. There was lots of police by then.
We never thought that it's gonna turn out the way it did. And you know, like the way we cover news, we thought it was just gonna be like a normal day where police are gonna go to the crowd, speak to them. You know, we saw the police coming in a line, but I think they were going according to their groups. You know, like maybe they've got their own units, because it was different units there. And then they were coming in, and the marchers or the protesters were coming from the other side. And that's when like we were rolling before, because I mean, like, you know, like anywhere, like whether it's peaceful or whatever, as long as you can see there was going to be a commotion, you start rolling.
You know, it gave a sense that maybe there would be something that they want to sort of cordon the area and you know, search them and get them to leave their weapons and then disperse.
A confirmation that they will get the 12,500 that they're looking for, and stipulate on which day that they will get that money.
Well, yeah, I'm just going to interrupt you there, because I just want to point out that we're looking at the latest visuals from Lonmin. As you can see, police moving in there under heavy fire. They've moved into the area, and what we're seeing on our screens now is the police moving towards the workers.
Honestly, in my wildest imaginations, I never anticipated anything of this scale. I don't think anybody did. And so when the shots started being fired, I thought, oh, the police had started firing. I saw some of the visuals going in. Polly was talking about it. But as these visuals came on air, it dawned on me that something terrible was going down.
He's moving in as we speak to break up the strike at Lonmin, trying to remove workers who have been sitting on the hill, refusing to budge for most of the day. And you heard from Colliam Gambi that this is what they're calling, they're moving into the tactical stage now. Collie, so what we're seeing, I'm not sure where you are in relation to this, but a lot of armed policemen moving into the area. Maybe you tell us what you're seeing from your vantage point.
I was behind the camera. Cameras are in front, and we had 2 cameramen that day. Cameras are in front, and they have split. I cannot see where they are because there's also a lot of dust now, because what has started happening is that the police nyalas are now moving around. There are others that are pulling the razor wire.
Right now, as I speak to you, I'm standing
and so at that time I'm on air, and so I'm also trying to get as clear a reception as I possibly can, because I'm on live television. Yes, you can't see me because I'm on the telephone, but I'm on live TV nonetheless, so I need to be clear enough to the person that's in studio, but I also need to hear.
The striking workers.
We did not know what was happening at this point. So I was very wary of saying people are being gunned down, because they could have just been cowering from the gunshot.
They inhaled the gas that they had fired at the striking workers, and basically...
It was at that point where Deborah prompts me that we're seeing people and it looks like they've been shot. We cannot say for certain, of course, whether rubber bullets were used, but they certainly look like, you know, they are injured. And so that's when I get puzzled. Okay, am I missing something here? That's when it hits me that I need to move closer. I had not witnessed a dead person up until that day in Marikana, because now I understood that my role as a journalist is to tell people whether there are any dead people as a result of this confrontation that's just happened. And if there are, I need to have witnessed it. I can't talk about something that I have not seen. So I'm almost forced to move forward and actually see what's been going on.
Now, we have very strict codes of conduct on what we can and can't report around death. And one doesn't want to show death in too much closer, because there has to be dignity in death. And also, this was a horrific incident. You know, you don't want to just this going live on air without there sort of being some kind of filter.
Which is that of trying to disarm the...
It happened a good few minutes into the broadcast that I saw these people were not moving. That's something way, way more serious had happened here, that these people were in all likelihood dead.
It looks like a number of these people have been shot lying there, and police have moved into the area to disperse the striking workers.
One never gets used to death, and one should never get used to death. One should never get used to something as horrific as a massacre, because that's probably the time to leave journalism, when you become so jaded.
It happened so quick after the shooting happened. In fact, if you watch my visuals, it's exactly why I panned towards my right side, just to, I think in a way, to confirm what I was saying, because I couldn't also believe that, you know, I was seeing what was happening.
We don't even know who started first shooting, or like the only thing, it was just a continuous shot of live ammunition. Then immediately the police cordoned off the thing. That's when we realized, like, oh, people have been like really injured here. But you know, you're still thinking that maybe they just injuries and whatever, without it, because there were no death confirmed there, whatever.
Can you see me, Rev? Yeah, lots of people have been shot.
After a while, that's when we realized, like, other people are not moving, and then others were, you know, like when somebody's in pain, or there'll be like a slow movement somewhere there.
One of the images I struggle with to this day is an image of one of the miners in this group that's that's captured by the TV cameras. They're lying there motionless, most of them. And of course there are others that are clearly injured. There's this one who's sitting upright, and it's either he's gasping for air or he's either feeling pain, but he's doing jerking movements. You can see he's injured, you can see there's blood, and at one point he then goes down. That's when it hit me that, wow, the police have used live ammunition here.
In total, 44 people died during the violent clashes in Marikana. Of those, 34 are believed to have been killed on the 16th of August. But there is more to understanding that fateful day. Now, in part 2, we take you further back in time to the 7 days leading up to the shooting. Never before seen footage and interviews shed new light on the Marikana story. We meet those left behind by this tragedy, the wives and the children of the men who are never coming home.
Ngiyasebenza xa kudlala indaba nabona i-TV nabantwana bakwabo. Ndabona ngosewile mna TV zamphinde ndikwazi ukumjonga.
I just sat here and watched the news. I saw them lying, but they were not showing their faces. But I had that feeling at the back of the mind that that is my husband.
When you think back to what happened here, it starts hitting you because you realize those were not just statistics. Those were somebody's father, somebody's son, somebody's uncle, somebody's brother, somebody's husband.
But then I had to see them just to find out what was really happening on that day.
igama likhupha thwarelo okanye sicela uxolo.
Today is the 10th of August 2012. I'm at Lonmin, where there is a chaos. People are demanding salary increase, and then they refuse to go to work.
So now, please control your members there, or controlling in the government.
Bona abantu bayabaleka nami ndakhona ukujika back nami ndabaleka yandithola ndibaleka ibullet khona lapha ngemuva.
He normally wake me in the morning around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock to pray.
that specific day, he never woke me up. Then I was like dreaming. When I wake up, I saw him coming in the bedroom. Then I said, he already finished praying. I said, how can you go alone? Today you didn't call me when you're going to pray. Then he said, you think I'm gonna pray for you? Everyone is gonna go to heaven alone and is gonna answer his problems alone.
In the morning, he woke me up. He told me that I must prepare his bulletproof for him. So I woke up and then I was preparing his bulletproof for him. And then there was this feeling inside of me that was telling me that something's gonna go wrong. And then my little sister even asked him that if they call this a bulletproof, why does it only protect you and doesn't protect your face? I would like to know about him that my father's a good guy, and the way he passed away, I don't think that he was supposed to die that way. Because and then also when I saw his pictures there, all I ever thought was how could another human being to do such a thing to another human being? I don't know. The only thing that I would love to see is to see my father again.
He called me in the morning around 8 before I leave for work, and he told me that now we are leaving for Marikana. I didn't know. I know Rustenburg, but I didn't know Marikana. Then I didn't speak to him. Then I just thought, maybe 4 or 5 he will be off duty because of he sits in the morning. That was the last time I spoke to him.
Yena lo ndaba nalapha thina imoshile. Thina buya futhi ngalandela utayela ngayena la. Ngahamba lapho lo ndaba lo thinahlala. Thina cala ndlela lapha kanina kuphela.
Uka umthango lo sawa. Singamaphoyisa sizela ngenxa into evelile. Manje sibe sizocela ke ukuthi asizanga sithi sizolibamba. Kodwa sinenkinga, inkinga yethu yilezi zinto eniziphethe azikho emthethweni.
Into lo thina lapha kanina. Thina cela lokuhamba lapho lo ndaba thinahlala. Ngafuna ukuthi lo ndlela thina. Yena le nto thina thayilwile. Ayilwa nani. Thayilwile nani.
Yes.
Ngiyacela tata. Njengoba besivumelana ukuthi sicela ukuya le nani sihambe nani. Zinto sicela ukuthi ningazithisi sinike manje sihambeni. Uma ngabe lithethe nothatha lezi zonke. Siyacela. Nihambe nathi nina ngokuba thina asinawulwa baba. Asilwi.
Yeah, and I think we want to
And I just sat here and watched the news. That is when I saw them lying, but they were not showing their faces. And the news, they were saying that there are policemen who are injured in Rustenburg. But I didn't expect him. I had that feeling at the back of the mind that that is my husband. You know, my husband, he liked to joke about it and say, you know what, if you can see the chaplain coming to your house and I'm not here, you must know that I'm dead. And that was a joke. When Chaplain Esau started to introduce themselves, say, Mrs. Lepaku, I'm Chaplain Esau. Then is that I told her. My husband is one of those people.
A closed chapter for one of our members. He's gone, is no more.
Two people have been arrested following clashes at Lonmin's troubled Marikana mine outside Rustenburg in the northwest province. 10 people have been killed since violence broke out Friday. Police are maintaining a strong presence in the area tonight, and 2 arrests, we're told, have been made.
We realized at that point that the situation was actually boiling out of control, and that's why we were asked to go there.
When we arrived there, we got through, it was my first time in Marikana, Vonerkop. So we got here, and we got to the entrance to the village. We found scores of journalists waiting there.
The first thing I noticed was that there were no women at all. And bearing in mind that my camera person is a woman, I got a little bit concerned, but I didn't want to panic. And at that time I wasn't fearful, but I was very wary. So we drove towards the Kopi, and before we did that we met up with a cameraman from SAPA, a white cameraman, and he asked for a lift in our car. So he was sitting in the back, 2 black females in the front, driving towards the Kopi. And as we're driving, we're seeing scores and scores of men walking towards the Kopi, but a lot of them are also gathering behind us, and quite a few of them are in front of us. And as we're driving, I'm getting the sense that it's almost like we are trapped. And I even said to Tando, I think you need to stop and U-turn, because I think if anything was to happen, we won't be able to get out of here. And Tando realized the same thing. So she reverses the car, and as we reverse the car, somebody notices that we've got a white man in the car. And then the atmosphere changed completely, and instantly we could feel the hostility. One of the men yelled at us, yelled that, hey, kunomlungu, meaning there's a white person in the car. And you could tell, at that stage, we had a lot of the miners around the car, and they became very enraged, and suddenly they started running after the car. Tando didn't even wait for people to get out of the way. She just slammed on the accelerator and drove. And as we were driving, we had scores and scores of miners chasing behind us. A lot of them actually had traditional weapons with them. We were quite terrified in that moment. Lonmin head office called a press conference. I suspect it was because there were a number of journalists who were starting to arrive, and obviously they were being asked a lot of questions, so they decided to call a press conference, as most of us had by then, it was late in the afternoon, to address some of our questions.
This is not just labor issues. This is not just a concern. This is not about demands. 2 human beings burned to ashes. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with people burned beyond recognition.
That's when we got a truer picture of just how bad the situation had become at Lonmin. We got a bit of understanding of the Scorpy, what it meant to the miners. It was only in that moment that we realized that as women we had transgressed a law. We didn't realize that the miners had created the sacred space, and there were these rules. There were no women allowed, no white people allowed, no cell phones allowed. And in that very tense environment, we had literally just driven into, I don't know, so I suppose you could describe it as the lion's den.
On the 15th, we were back here, very early in the morning. And when you got here, the guys were already gathered. By the time we got there, there were like maybe close to 2,000 people, but there were more people coming in, and police started moving in, kumbis, nyalas, and they were parked all over this place. And the leaders from the president of the NUM, Mr. Senzeni Zogwana, and the president of AMCO, Mr. Joseph Matunja, were brought in late that afternoon to come and address the workers who were gathered here. And I remember that they were forced to address the people from inside the Nyala because the police said it was to be dangerous for them to leave the vehicles. And I remember that Mr. Zogwana tried to address the workers and they wouldn't listen to him. They just heckled him away and started singing, and eventually he gave up. Mr. Matunja was given a rousing welcome. There was a very strong police presence. Special task force was here. NIU was there. There was a huge media contingent. When the day ended, people were leaving. There was this sudden sense of hope that tomorrow we could see an end to the strike, a peaceful end to the strike. There was no indication of what would unfold tomorrow.
As in 2? No, 200.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, Mr. Ramaphosa, we were still busy with quadruple B 4.2. And just to recap, what I was saying to you is that in these arrangements, and there should be no need for me to say this to you as chairman of the Transformation Committee and former chairperson of the Black Empowerment Commission. But insofar as it is necessary, one of the things that the BE partners should bring to bear in that relationship is, as I said, a different perspective. Would you agree with that?
Sometimes, yes.
Yes. It's not just about money. It's not just about getting into a deal and making money, but it's also about transforming, in the literal sense of the word, the organization as well. Correct?
Yes.
Yes. so that it's a duty of a person in your position is not just to be a conveyor belt of the views of the Albert Jamisons of this world, and simply take them to a minister, you know, and say, well, this is what Mr. Albert Jamison's view is, therefore you must change your view. Surely that is against every principle that is what is be expected of somebody in your position. I mean now, just in your capacity as a partner, as a business partner. Would that be a fair statement to make?
Could be.
Yes. Now, therefore, what we are really saying here is that Mr. Jamison may or may not hold the view legitimately that the situation can only be resolved or cannot be resolved without political intervention and needs this to be stabilized by the police or the army. Yours was to disabuse him of that notion rather than simply going to parrot that view with Minister Shabangu. Would that be a fair criticism?
Well, let me say that in as far as the acts of violence and the deaths that were occurring, I agreed that these were acts of criminality. So it was not even a hard push for him to convince me. And this had also been articulated by other people, the National Union of Mine Workers, the General Secretary of the National of Mine Workers had said as much, yes, that in as far as the violence and the killings that were happening, we were facing a criminal action type of situation. So Jamison did not need to be convincing me, and I did not need to be his conveyor belt in as far as this is concerned.
Yeah. Let me explain something to you. And this is something that the chairperson and I think, developed on this point to assist another witness. There are three situations which can be used to characterize what was happening there. Okay? A would be to say it's only industrial action. Okay? B would be to say it's only criminal acts. And C would be to say it's a hybrid, it's obviously an industrial action which has developed criminal elements. Do you appreciate the distinction between those three?
Yes.
Yeah. It was, if you look at it that way, in as much as, let's assume then that, or rather, let me put it to you that our argument is going to be that the situation that was obtaining there was the hybrid situation. Mm-hmm. And therefore, to say that it is not an industrial relations issue would be as false as to say it is not a matter that involves criminality, because it's a combination of both. Do you understand that? Mm-hmm. Pardon?
Yes, I understand.
Yes. So that is the nub of the issue. If you look at the email properly, that's exactly the fallacy that it portends. It says that the minister says it's a labor issue which can be resolved and so on and so on. But it says that in each case, it should, rather, the DG in each case, and I've characterized this as not an industrial relations issue, but a civil criminal. In other words, it's one or the other, not the hybrid that you and I have agreed on. Do you understand?
Well, I don't know whether I've agreed with you on the hybrid.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
Well, of those A, B, C, do you think it was a hybrid or do you think it was only an
The way I understand it, Mr. Mpofu, is that this issue started off as an industrial, if you
relations
like.
issue.
Yes, if one can put it that way.
Sure.
And it started mutating or started becoming a very criminal issue where people were now getting killed. And the point is the killing of the people was so bad and in a way so savage that the issue of it being a labor relations issue at that time as people are getting killed becomes diluted because we are now facing a criminal issue where people are getting killed.
Yes, that's fine. But just as you have agreed that in the 1987 strike there were people who were killed and non-strikers were killed, that was criminal. You and I agree on that, okay? But that did not mutate or transform or change the 1987 strike from stopping becoming an industrial dispute. You understand? So I'm not denying, I'm the last person who's going to say, oh no, there was no criminality. But I'm saying this was at the root cause of this was a labor dispute.
Yes, that's where it started.
Yes.
Indeed.
No, that's where it started and that's where it finished. It was resolved in September by negotiation as a labor dispute.
Precisely.
Yes.
Yes.
It never stopped being a labor dispute. The point here is that what Jamieson and you were doing incorrectly was to put pressure or whatever means you used to say to Minister Susan Shabangu, this is not, capital letter N-O-T, an industrial relations issue, but a criminal act, which is false.
Yes.
Okay. So, okay, I'm glad at least we agree on that. Yes?
What do we agree on, Mr.
Well,
Mpofu?
you just said yes. What were you saying yes to?
I was saying yes to the way you were articulating. I didn't know you were leading to a question. What is the question?
Okay. I'm saying, I'll repeat it gladly.
The problem is you make statements with respect.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, you make statements and you then lead me to say
yes, no, fair
and
enough.
it's not really a question.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
And if it is a question, I'm then able to evaluate it and respond to it.
Okay. When I make the statement, the minute I say at the end, do you agree? You must assume there's a question mark at the end of that. So it's a question. Okay? Yeah. I'm saying to you, it was false to characterize the situation as only a criminal act. Yes?
I think where the intervention that I was making, Mr. Mpofu, is directed at stopping the killings.
No.
That is where I come in.
No. We've gone through that. I don't want to go back.
And that is how the characterization then comes, that we are dealing here with what Jamieson has painted as civil unrest, destabilization, and that's where I enter.
Yes, but my criticism is that you swallowed that theory.
I may well have swallowed the theory, but that is the situation that I was confronted with.
No.
The killings of people.
No. It's not that easy. If you go to triple B 4.5, you now yourself now, let's put Jamieson out. You are saying when you are writing to him, I thank you for the consistent manner in which you are characterizing the current difficulties we're going through.
Yes.
That's you now.
Indeed.
And then you say the terrible events that have unfolded. I'm sorry, Chairperson.
Thank you. What happened was that all we had on the screen was the letter from Mr. Jamieson. What you wanted was a letter to Mr. Jamieson, which is now on the screen.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you. You then, I won't reread the first part.
Sure.
You then say, the terrible events that have unfolded cannot be described as a labor dispute.
Yes.
They are plainly dastardly criminal acts and must be characterized as such. In other words, what you are doing here again is to extend the false notion that it cannot be an industrial, a labor dispute, which, I'm sorry, I'm going to come no, I just want to just to save time, to cross-refer you to what you said to Ms. Ngube.
Yes.
At quadruple J1, which runs counter to this new Ramaphosa-Jamieson theory of saying it's not, but, you know what I mean, that ABC. Yeah. You said that this is a grave situation, which is probably true. And then you say, the problem with this situation is that we know the cause of it.
Yes.
The real cause is the huge differential between the wages paid to the RDOs in other companies and what we pay them.
Yes.
That's the real cause. You knew that all along. Okay? I called it the root cause, real cause, root cause. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Yes. Now, if this is the real cause or the root cause of the situation, then surely it must be false to say it is not a labor relations issue. That must follow, please, Mr. Ramaphosa.
Soon after this, people start getting killed. And that is what, as I said earlier, Mr. Mpofu, what I am dealing with. I am trying to make an intervention for the prevention of further loss of life to other people. That is where I enter.
Yes, that we accept.
I don't know whether that is clear or not.
No, it's been clear all along.
Okay.
That's what you claim, which
Yes.
I'm contesting. I'm saying you wouldn't, if you knew what the root cause is, you of all people would not resolve a problem. You've been negotiating conflicts for a long time. You know that you can't resolve a problem just at the branches. The root cause, and ignore the root cause, what you have identified yourself as the root cause. It's like trying to resolve the conflict in South Africa by saying, well, these people must live here and these others must live here, and not understanding that the root cause was apartheid and the root cause was the unfairness of the situation, or in your case of the NUM, as you always said in your speeches, the root cause was the migratory system and so on. You surely, you don't expect anyone to believe that you, of all people, would ignore the root cause and say it is not, in capital letters, part of the problem.
Mr. Mpofu, I was dealing here with a situation where people were getting killed.
Yes, but
and my interventions were aimed at reducing further loss of life.
Yes, and the only way you could have done that sensibly and logically was to address the root cause. Surely you must agree with that.
We wanted to stabilize the situation, and it's very clear what the objective was. Stabilize the situation, prevent further deaths, get the situation normalized, and get those who are responsible for these acts of violence to be identified and to be arrested. And thereafter, when the situation is normalized, then you then be able to embark on various other initiatives that can more fully consolidate the situation.
Yeah, but I'm saying, Mr. I understand that. All I'm saying is that
Thank you.
that is a cockeyed way of looking at the problem. If you really wanted to prevent further deaths, you would have dealt with the underlying issue, which you've identified here, and say, let's resolve as you say in your nice article in the Sunday Times, we must learn to resolve, you use that word advisedly, to resolve conflicts. You can never resolve conflict by ignoring or turning a deliberate blind eye to the root cause. That you must
Mr.
accept.
Mpofu, it's possible that we differ on this one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway, that's what we're going to argue. And the issue that and in fairness I must put to you is that if you do that, then it means that effectively you were simply assimilated into the way of thinking of the Lonmin management, and you did not play your duty or your role of using the skills that you've accumulated in order to change their thinking, and to that extent you sold out.
I do not agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you. And what is worse, and I'm sure you don't agree with me as well, but I have to put it to you. What is worse is that you did this what I've described, for financial gain and at the expense of the lives of the very people whose lives you were meant to transform. And therefore, it's like selling out for 30 pieces of silver.
Mr. Mpofu, I must tell you that financial gain was not really even an issue. Shanduka invested 300 million rand into this transaction or into this company, and that 300 million rand was lost as early as 2011. So we were not even talking about financial gain. In fact, it was a catastrophic financial loss for Shanduka. So financial gain was not even part of it. We did not even expect to recoup any of the investment, nor do we even begin to think that we will recoup the investment. So to that effect, it's written off.
Well, that I don't think it can be that easy. Surely, by you staying in the investment, you, A, did not want to suffer any further financial loss, or B, were hoping that the situation would turn around. Well, otherwise, why would anyone? It would be senseless to stay.
We have thought many times over whether we need to just abandon it and walk away, or just stay in. So that's a debate that is still on the table.
Yes, but for now you are in.
Well, Shanduka is still in.
Yes.
Yeah.
And remember also that you paid 300 million rand for this investment.
Yes.
And 2.5 billion was actually provided by Lonmin.
Yes.
Yes.
As a debt on fairly fair debt financing conditions and everything else.
No, I
Thank
accept
you.
that. Vendor financing, it's called.
And it's still owed. It's still money that's owed.
Yeah. Another reason for you to stay in. Yeah. Now, I'm saying that you have said, and I'll paraphrase just to save time, when you were being interviewed by Mr. Xolani Gwala after the Marikana issue.
Yes.
He said to you, what's wrong with Lonmin as an asset? And your answer was, it's a good asset, it has good fundamentals, but the cost structure has just been rising, and the settlement that has now been reached is going to put pressure on the cost of the company. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, as happens with any company, whenever you increase your costs.
In other words,
it's a fundamental law of economics and finance that when you increase your costs, it puts pressure.
Yeah, even I am aware of that.
Thank you.
But I'm saying that the point here is that what you were articulating to Mr. Gwala was that the increase that was given to the workers was inimical to your financial interest, in that it was increasing the cost structure.
No, it was not inimical. It was not inimical. It was an increase that was given, which was absorbed by the company. The company agreed that they would absorb it. And if you do that, you've got to realize that your costs go up. There's nothing wrong in talking about your cost structure going up. Okay. If you don't talk about it, then you're not running a good business.
Exactly. And that's exactly the point I'm making. The running of a good business is otherwise known as maximizing profit, which is what you were after.
Being in business means you want to make profit,
yes.
And it's like being For instance, in the public sector, you want to make sure that there is a good return
Social
for the
value.
citizens of the country so that there can be social service delivery.
Yes.
It's as simple as all that.
Yes, it's very simple.
Yes.
It's profit maximization. You don't get into business for any other reason except to maximize your profit.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Now, and I don't want to belabor this point. All I'm saying is that let's just say you were not in favor of the wage settlement that was reached with the workers.
There's no statement, no position, no evidence to suggest that we are not in favor. I have been in favor of getting workers to get a really good wage.
No, but you spoke against that settlement.
I did not speak against the settlement.
Okay, well, this is what you said.
Is this an exhibit?
Yes, Chairperson.
What exhibit?
It's the. No, it's a new.
Oh, it's a new exhibit. That's
Audio
right.
video, yes, audio visual that we've submitted.
Yeah,
Maybe it can be
it's not an
played.
exhibit. It hasn't been given an exhibit number. That's not an objection to it, but just we should.
No, fair
we
enough,
should enter it
Chairperson.
on the record. as
Yes,
an
yes.
exhibit.
No.
So this will be triple. Sorry, I always go triple. This will be quadruple J11, and what is it? A video.
It's a video. It's kind of a collage that
How do I
has.
describe it in the?
You can say it's a video that has audio and video material of interviews with Mr. Ramaphosa.
Have
Could
we
I
seen
ask
it?
my
learned friend to just identify it in the index
Okay,
that
yes,
we've
yes.
received?
Yeah. It's
I've been given. I think
It's item number 24.
I was given the provisional list. I haven't got the latest one. But
Yeah.
you said
It's-
so how
it's
is it described in the index?
Chairperson, we have actually, if you look at the index.
Well, I haven't got the index for 24. Just tell me what's.
All right, let me then start with my learned friend. It's a combination of 23 and 24 on the index. Chairperson, 23 is video interview with Mr. Rihad Desai, and 24 is audio interview with Xolani Gwala. It's a combo of the two.
So combination of is it TV interviews, is it, or radio, or TV and radio? What? A combination of interviews.
Yes.
By Mr. Ramaphosa with Mr. Desai, Mr. R. Desai, I think his initial, and Mr. I think he's X, isn't he? He was Alani, and Mr. X Gwala.
Yes. And they're
going to be exhibits. We've got to see them quickly. How long are they going to take?
It's very short, Chairperson. Now I'm going to do very short.
Let's have them quickly then.
Yes. The exhibit itself is long, but what I'm going to deal with here. If you can go to 1545. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yes, it is 1545.
Seem to be stuck. Oh, here we go. 1545, you say. So
Yes.
you go back a little bit. It's 1556 at the moment. There we are. 1544. Let's see the
Let's
watch
start,
the video.
maybe start at 1540. Just
Go back a bit to 1540,
Sure.
please. No, now we're back to 30s.
Oh. Yeah.
1543. Is that good enough?
Yes, that's good. It should
Right,
be.
let's watch it from now on.
Yeah.
A blemish on that, on the collective bargaining system and all that. And Vavi was absolutely correct yesterday in saying that the Marikana wage settlement is a very dangerous precedent. And I agree with that. It is a dangerous precedent because it means that the collective bargaining system in the mining industry has actually been, torn apart. And
but what were the options? You living with a situation.
May I say that I think that someone please take in hand preparing a transcript of that for us. So that will be also part of the exhibit to make it easier for us to handle.
Yes,
So that's just a little piece that you want
Yes,
to refer to.
for now. Yes, thank you, Chairperson. We'll ensure that happens. You'd agree that that clip is not exactly indicating what you're saying. It does indicate that you were not in favor, to put it nicely, of the settlement.
No, that's not putting it nicely at all. That is being taken out of context. What we were talking about is the bargaining system in the mining industry. That what you have is a situation where one company offers an increase and the others offer completely different types of increases. And that is what leads to raising expectations amongst workers who work in the same industry for different companies. And I still hold the view that that is dangerous.
It's a bad thing.
It is not a good thing. It is actually very dangerous. What you need to do is, and this is what we were talking about. We were not talking specifically about this one. We were talking about its impact as well on the whole collective bargaining system in the industry.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
You said that the Marikana wage settlement sets a dangerous precedent. There was only one Marikana wage settlement at that time. It was this one. It was not. So what I'm saying is that you thought it was a bad thing for all the good reasons you've
No,
put.
I would not agree that that is what you mean for this one, because we were talking also about what happened at Impala, what happened here as well, and we were actually talking about a more centralized collective bargaining system.
Anyway.
Mr. Ramaphosa, may I ask you this? You did talk about it being bad for the collective bargaining system. Now, you've already told us that you believe there should be centralized wage bargaining in the platinum industry as it is in coal and gold.
Indeed.
But that isn't the case and hasn't been the case for a long time.
Yeah.
So there's still collective bargaining in the platinum industry, even though it's not centralized.
Yes.
But you said this particular one was bad for the collective bargaining system. Now, what I want to know from you is this. Were you concerned about the contents of the agreement, or were you more concerned about the method and the consequences of that particular method being adopted in future for the collective bargaining system?
It is more the latter that I was more concerned about.
Yeah, well, the latter, the former, the whatever, but it was not a good thing. Correct?
As
the latter was the method, you see.
Yeah, whatever.
Were you, sorry, let me just, just to get clarity. Were you opposed to the RDOs getting the extra money which the agreement involved, or were you opposed to the fact that it was got in a particular manner outside the pre-existing collective bargaining system with possible knock-on effects for the future?
I was not opposed to the RDO getting extra increases. I was more concerned about the system itself that had given rise to this, because it needs to be wholesome and it needs to apply right across the industry to avoid precisely this problem that we had. And it had started at Impala, and Impala had gone off on their own and granted this increase. It would have been a lot better if all companies had agreed that this should be the going rate for all the RDOs, and all of them had agreed to pay that, and we would not have had this problem.
With respect, Mr. Ramaphosa, I think that is untruthful, because you've now forgotten the first clip that we played, where you say that the settlement has now been reached is going to put pressure on the cost of the company.
Yeah, but it is true. Any settlement does put pressure, and the companies, it behoves on the company thereafter to realign all their cost centers and cost structures.
Sure. But for the workers who get the money, it's a good thing, obviously.
It is a good thing.
Yeah, and for
the company
that is paying, it impacts on the cost structure.
It does impact on the cost structure, and I think, you know, if one needs to understand how companies work. I mean, companies need to watch their cost structure all the time.
Yes, and it's a bad thing to increase your cost structure if you are a company. Even I understand that.
No, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but there are
how do you
things
maximize profits?
You need to look at all these cost structures.
Yeah.
Mr. Listen. Sorry, before you carry on. You talked about the other clip. Now, in fact, we've only heard this one. You did give us a quotation from the other.
That's true,
but we didn't actually hear it.
Fair
I think we should hear it or see
it,
depending on what it is.
Thank
and
you.
then we'll best be able to judge how accurate your summary is. I'm not suggesting it's inaccurate, but we'll be best able to judge.
Yes, no, fair enough. If you go to 1140 till 1200.
health care that's now been restored. And a few years ago, our life expectancy was at 55 years. It's now gone to 60 years within a short space of time. Many people in the medical world say it is unprecedented, it is unheard of. So the pluses are enormous on building up to this economic dividend.
No,
and that economic dividend is not yet glass full. It is half glass full. Our people want more.
This is what you want.
And they deserve more.
Could you please stop this one? This is, it's interesting to hear about the glass is half full and the glass is half empty. But it's not relevant to the question being asked.
No.
So let's get the relevant section.
Yes. Chairperson,
It doesn't deal with half empty or half full glasses, but deals with something else.
It deals with how the settlement puts pressure on the cost of the company. We'll find it. We'll come back to Chairperson with your permission. Now, this was a remarkable achievement, if I may say so.
Which one, Mr. Mpofu?
The one I'm just about to
The half
tell
full
you.
glass or the full glass?
No,
Oh.
the half full glass is irrelevant.
Okay.
Tell us now, let us into the secret now what the achievement is that he's talking about.
Yes.
What's this achievement, Mr.
Well, if I'm allowed to
Is it
speak,
an underachievement or an overachievement? What the achievement is?
it's an overachievement in this case.
On whose part?
On yours, Mr. Ramaphosa.
Enlighten me.
Yes. To manage to change a minister of minerals in the space of about 4 to 5 hours from her characterization of the situation is an overachievement. Wouldn't you agree? Not everyone can manage that. To get a minister of state to change, make a 360-degree turn. Okay, yes, it's 180. Yes.
Sorry, you're referring to triple B 4.2?
Yes.
The minister, quote, the minister was on radio today saying she'd been briefed that this was a wage dispute and management and union should sit down and sort it out.
Right.
Then that was
that's the one.
Caused the witness to speak to her.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, that was what I call the conveyor belt, the message, where the witness was the messenger. But be that as it may, it was a remarkable feat. Would you agree?
I wouldn't call it a remarkable feat. No, I wouldn't call it a remarkable feat.
Yeah, I suppose it's where it comes from. Some of us don't have that amount of influence. So for a normal person, it would be remarkable, who didn't wield as much power as you do. Would it?
For a normal person, I don't know what that means, Mr.
Well,
Pofu.
for someone other than a person who wields an enormous amount of political power, to change a minister's view in the space of 4 to 5 hours would be a remarkable achievement. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree.
So you think any citizen of South Africa can just somewhere hear a minister saying something on the radio at 9, and within a matter of hours, that same minister somehow changes the view completely?
Yes, it is possible.
It's possible?
Yes.
Oh, I want to live in that country.
Wouldn't it depend on how erroneous the view the minister had originally expressed was, and what degree of extra facts had to be put to the minister to persuade the minister that her original view was erroneous?
Well,
where what she said had been what she'd been briefed, it mightn't be so difficult to rebrief her and give her extra facts that hadn't been brought to her attention earlier.
No,
it's not necessarily remarkable.
It's a fair question.
Depends on the facts, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a fair question. The answer to that is that that issue doesn't even arise. An average citizen would not even be able to speak to the minister in that short space of time. But then
the feat is getting access to the
It's
minister
even
rather than persuading the minister
it's both.
to come to other insights.
Well, it's both. It's both, because you can't do the one without the other. So if you can't even reach her, then you can't influence her. The witness, managed both feats: to speak to her, to have a meeting with her, and to change her view. Actually, there were 3 remarkable feats in the space of a few hours. And you say that an average citizen can achieve this?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. As I said, I'd like to live in that country. No, the reality, Mr. Ramaphosa, and you know it, is that you achieved that purely because of the political power and the political influence that you wield, which your partners at Lonmin were sending you to wield, and which you did so dutifully. Isn't that correct?
No.
And you said yesterday that they asked you to go to speak to the minister because you can. Is that correct? Something like that.
Yeah, they know.
Yeah.
I have the ability to talk to the minister. I have the ability to talk to people.
Yeah, which they don't have as average citizens.
Well, they also have.
Oh, then why on earth, if Mr. Filimo wanted Ms. Shabangu to change her characterization like a normal citizen like me, why did he need you to be his messenger?
Maybe you should ask Mr. Filimo.
Well, you should have asked Mr. Filimo. That's what I'm saying. Why did you say, if you are truthful, which I suggest you are not, in saying that anybody can do this, then you should have said, Mr. Filimo, what are you talking about?
Yes.
Just pick up the phone, fly to Cape Town, and the minister will change her characterization in 4 hours. Don't bother me. You didn't do that because you knew that the difference between you and him is that you wield a considerable amount of political power, which you wanted to use and transform it into political pressure, with the outcome, the fast, instant outcomes that it indeed achieved.
No,
that
I just had access to her.
Yes. You, amen. The access was such that she would say to you, not only have I changed my characterization, but I'm actually going to take this to cabinet and brief the president. Anybody in South Africa can do that. That's your evidence. Are you being serious?
No, I'm being very serious.
Yes.
But what is your question, Mr.
The
Mpofu?
question is that your evidence that any citizen of South Africa can hear something on the radio, fly to Cape Town, meet with the minister, and the minister then undertakes to take it to the president and the cabinet within the space of 4 to 5 hours. Is that your evidence? Is that your serious evidence?
It is not for me to judge whether any citizen in South Africa would have that ability. And when somebody does have access, then they can use it, they can. I suppose you too could have access to other people, which many other people would not have. We demonstrated it with my conversation with you yesterday. There are many other councils who do not have access to me, and you had access to me, and we agreed that we are going to do certain things.
Don't start with
so
me,
it's
Mr.
not,
Ramaphosa.
It's not.
Don't you start with me. You know that I told you yesterday you called me to come to you. Please don't start with me.
Let's leave it there.
Yeah. Let's stick to the truth.
Let's leave
if you
it
want
there.
to tell Phoebe,
Let's leave it there, Mr. Mpofu.
Well, don't start.
Carry on with your question.
Yeah, just answer my question.
Let's bury those two battle axes and
All
carry
right.
on with the case.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, no, you must understand what's happening here, okay? I ask you questions, you answer them. You don't make snide remarks, and I don't make snide remarks. As the Chairperson calls it, you don't raise the temperature, and the temperature will remain calm. Otherwise, you'll get 10 times of what you give, okay? All right, now.
Mr. Mpofu, that's a threat. I don't like witnesses being threatened in my court or before my commission.
Well, no,
let's
it's
carry
a
on.
promise, Chairperson, it's not a threat.
It sounds like a threat to me, but anyway, let's
Okay,
carry on with the
thanks.
case.
Okay. This Mr. Phil Jamieson said to you, the two big things in his email were the characterization and the police numbers. You remember that?
Yes.
Yes. And then he says, the parting shot, he says to you, if you can talk to the minister, please, can you influence these things with her and encourage her to make time to talk to Roger? Now, I think he was just being polite. Really, what he was saying is that use your political influence to ensure that these things happen. Would you like to comment? That's what I'm saying. That's the interpretation which I will place onto that particular.
Well, he asked me, he did ask me, as is clearly set out there, which I have admitted that he said, you know, we're facing a terrible situation, and it would be good if the minister could also talk to Roger. Yes.
Yeah, and you were not as diplomatic as he is. You said that you are absolutely correct in insisting. That's the word you use.
Yes.
That the minister needs to understand, blah blah blah, and then you say, I will stress that Minister Shabangu should have a discussion with Roger.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. This was stress, insisting. Those are not things you do, you know, in a relationship of equals, as it were. You were insisting on certain things. You were stressing certain things. Mr. Jamieson would not have been in a position, because of his lack of your political power, to stress or insist on what the minister should or should not say. Do you accept that?
I don't know what the question is.
Do you accept that?
What do I accept?
What I've just put to you.
No,
Chair, again, my learned friend has now repeatedly been making long statements, and again, they are always followed up. Do you accept that? It's not. One has to frame a question around a particular passage. What did a word mean? Phrase a pointed question. These long soliloquies followed by "Do you accept that?" is really not a helpful way of engaging in questioning.
Well, you've heard what Mr. Umtalt has suggested.
I've heard.
Why not follow his advice for a moment or two and see how far we get?
Do you accept that Mr. Jamieson was not in a position, unlike you, to insist and stress what a minister must or must not say?
He was not in a position like me to insist.
Thank you. Thank you. And it gets better. You then say at triple B 4.6, after you've now said that she has now miraculously corrected her characterization, she's going to. Yes, that's my insert, miraculously, which I put, or in that feat that you and I were talking about. You then say, she's going to cabinet and will brief the president and get the Minister of Police, Natim Teta, to act in a more pointed way.
Yes.
That's what she told you. Or that's what you asked her to do.
That's what I said.
Yes.
Yes.
And when you are saying he must act in a more pointed way, surely you meant that he must act fast and act decisively, correct?
As I said yesterday, on describing what pointed way meant, I did say that I expected that the police should do what they do, which is their job, investigating crime, identifying the perpetrators of crime, and arresting them.
No, but Mr. Ramaphosa, that's laughable. You can't be flying to Cape Town just to say to the police, you must be police. They know that they must arrest people. They know that they must identify criminals. Why did you have to waste your money, your airtime, and your breath to state the obvious? That can't be the reason.
He's already said he was flying to Cape Town anyway to launch the National Development Plan. So he wasn't wasting his airtime. He was going to Cape Town, but he was using time while he was there for this particular purpose.
No, Chairperson.
Your question is over-egged.
No, I think you Chairperson, understandably, maybe you don't ask. The concept of airtime has something to do with cell phones, Chairperson. Yeah.
Oh, yes,
So,
thank you. Yes, I'd overlooked that. Thank you for drawing my attention to that.
Yeah, it's fine. Can you answer the question, please?
Mr. Mpofu, it may be laughable to you with regard to what I did, but I did precisely what I described yesterday, and I did precisely what I have just said to you. And you dismiss it as being laughable.
No. Okay, maybe laughable is putting it too high. All I'm saying is that it would be redundant.
That's what you say, but that's exactly what happened.
No, but okay, let's listen to it. If you fly from one place to another just to tell a teacher that they must teach children, would you think that's a useful utilization of time and traveling resources?
Mr. Mpofu, I think we're splitting hairs here. I did answer the question yesterday. I've just answered it. I'll answer it again. What I said to you was that I went there and communicated to the minister, and we said, like the Minister of Police to communicate that they should act in a pointed way. What does pointed way mean? It means that we've got a situation, a very dangerous situation out there, and we would like the police to intervene, to stabilize the situation, to investigate, arrest the perpetrators of crime and those who are killing people, and stabilize the situation. That's what pointed way means.
No, I put it to you that pointed way in this context meant the concomitant action which you wanted to be taken against these people that you had recharacterized as criminals, which is that they should be brutally murdered as they were.
Mr. Mpofu,
Chair, no.
That's again putting something as a proven fact that isn't. I understand.
Okay, brutally killed. Well, I'm using the witness's own expressions.
Mr. Semenya's got his light on. Perhaps we should both listen to him.
Brutal murder comes from the witness, as long as...
Mr. Semenya's got his light on. Mr. Semenya?
Chair, even a witness may have their own description of the event, but it surely is incumbent on us as a commission sitting here, Chair, with respect, that the proper language and description of things be done. And I may even add, we owe it to all ourselves to address witnesses properly. The language that is used in these hearings is really unbecoming. And I beseech you, Chair, I implore you, we depend on your guidance for the proper conduct of this hearing.
Well, Chairperson, with the greatest respect, I beseech you as well to allow me to use the language employed by the witness to a particular witness. If another witness had said the people had been hugged and kissed, then I would use that expression. This witness has said brutal murder in his statement at 13, which I showed you earlier.
He was talking about the events of the 13th. I'm not sure of the events of the 13th. I'm not sure if he still adheres to that, because I understood him to say it was based on his understanding of the facts, and it was suggested that the evidence before us may be slightly different. But in any event, it's a disputed fact at the moment before us, whether what happened on the 13th, where the police killed 3 of the strikers,
that's what he thinks,
was a murder or not. That's still a matter that's under debate. So anyway, I'm sure you can ask the question in a way which,
yes, I can.
which avoids all
In
these
fact, I
issues.
had already changed the question. I was just responding to the objection. I'm saying, Mr. Ramaphosa, I'm putting it to you that the pointed way which was going to be communicated to Minister Mtetwa was the concomitant action which you had described needed to be taken against so-called dastardly criminal acts.
Is my learned friend asking what the witness did convey to the minister, as a matter of fact, which would be a question that could be posed? Or is he suggesting that there was some meaning that the witness had in mind that he never conveyed? The question is extraordinarily unclear.
Well,
and again, if I may finish, and then of course you can answer. And until these points are clarified as to whether facts are being elicited or whether there is simply a general claim being made that is somehow attributed on some basis, it's really not, again, helpful.
Again, Chairperson, I think that's just, I don't even understand that. I mean, if someone says acting in a more pointed way, obviously that's a figure of speech. Unless if he meant it literally, that they must point guns at these people and shoot them. That, what I'm saying is that I'm busy exploring what the witness meant. I'm assuming in his favor that he was using the word not literally, but figuratively.
Mr. Bob, let's just...
So I don't understand what this...
Tell us again, you told us yesterday, but just repeat again. What did you mean by the phrase that they get the minister to act in a more pointed way?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I meant that the minister should get the police to do what they do their work. And their work is to identify people who are committing acts of crime, arrest them, and make sure that acts of criminality are brought to an end. That is what I meant. And the Learned Counsel has also brought in this other statement where I referred to concomitant action needs to be taken. I did explain it yesterday in my evidence in chief that when I used the term concomitant action, I meant this. Police must take appropriate steps to make sure that the deaths that were occurring and the violence that was underway must be brought to an end, and we must stabilize the situation. There is no other meaning to those words, and indeed my intention other than what I have described to the Commission.
Yes, no, what I'm putting to you, Mr. Ramaphosa, is that if you wanted to say they must act in an appropriate way, that's what you would have said. You know, you wouldn't have used these terms of concomitant action, act in a pointed way. In any event, you made it clear at the next sentence, let us keep the pressure on them to act correctly. You said that.
Mr. Chairman, I repeat what I said yesterday. I did say, let's put the pressure on them. The pressure on them was meant to say, let us make sure that they act in a way that police normally act, so that people are arrested who are perpetrating all these crimes. That's all I meant.
Yeah. Again, we'll argue that if you simply wanted the police to act naturally as they always do, there's no need to put pressure. What you were putting pressure was for them to do something more, which is what they did in acting in a pointed way, concomitant action, and as a result of the pressure, killing the strikers.
How do you respond to that? It's suggested that you wanted them to do more than the normal. You used the word pressure.
Yeah.
Now, what were they not doing at that stage, to your knowledge, which you thought they should be, to use a gentle word, should be encouraged to do?
Mr. Chairman, some people had become killed, and as they got killed, we realized that a very dangerous situation was unfolding and underway, and we wanted the police to have a presence that would prevent further deaths from happening. Further deaths from happening would easily be prevented by the police having a presence, being seen, but more importantly, being able to arrest those who were perpetrating those acts. And the arrest part is important to underscore because it would have meant that those acts would not be repeated, and those who may well have wanted to perpetrate these acts would not do so because police would be in place and they would be able to make sure that they arrest those who were perpetrating these acts.
Mr. Ramaphosa, you got an email which is BBB4, which is page 12 of your bundle, and attached, and that was on, it was from Mr. Phillimore, and that was on the 14th of August, that's the Tuesday.
Yes.
4:28 p.m. Attached to it was an update on the situation,
yes,
which had been prepared by Tanya. That's at page 13 of your bundle. It's part of this exhibit BBB4.
Yes.
Now, what it says in the first paragraph, I won't read the whole first paragraph, but perhaps it could be put up on the screen. The fourth paragraph says, following this, that's following the last 24 hours, that's on the 13th. 2 policemen fatally wounded during clashes. Following this, the National Police Commissioner visited our operations to assess the situation and lend support. Police numbers have increased further, and the intention is to increase them to between 800 and 1,000. Overnight, the police have been developing a strategy and so forth.
Yes.
Which aimed at peacefully corralling the mobs of people who have been gathering daily on the property and arresting those suspected to be involved in criminal activity.
Yes.
So you were already told on the Tuesday that the police were intending to bring 800 to 1,000 people. In fact, evidence, I think, indicates that they had approximately that number of police men and women on the scene at the time.
Yeah.
They had this strategy aimed at corralling the people and then arresting those suspected to have been involved.
Yes.
Now, what extra, if anything, did you want? You were told on the Tuesday that that was what the police were going to do.
Yes.
So what extra did you want them to do?
Well,
what did you want that would be, quote, more pointed, unquote, than that?
Well, more pointed is well, the people who had perpetrated these acts had not been arrested. Nobody who had done so had been apprehended. And that's what a person like myself would have wanted to see. So that would have been part of the more pointed action that needed to be taken. So that what was prominent in my mind and thinking, Mr. Chairman, was that those who were perpetrating these acts should be apprehended so that there is no repeat of these acts, and indeed those others who may well want to do other similar things should know that they will be arrested on the spot by the police. That is what was prominent in my own mind and nothing else.
Well, were you aware, if you read on from what the chairperson has just pointed out to you, were you aware that the employees reported to be involved in the murder of Lonmin security guard had been identified and the information was with SAPS?
No, I was not aware, Mr. Mpofu.
Well, you should have been, because there was an email to that effect sent to you on the 14th of August at 4:28 p.m.
Yes.
by Roger.
Yes, I was not aware of those details.
So that's the whole point. The point is that if the people had been identified, the information is with SAPS, and as you say, the police must do what they normally do, then there's no need for you to be moving around, putting pressure to do what? Because what was being done was already being done. That's why I'm saying you were asking to act in a more pointed way than simply identifying the people who allegedly were involved in the murder. And that's exactly what they did. They acted in a more pointed way because the following day they killed 34 people at your instigation.
No, whether the phrase "at your instigation" is entirely justified.
Well, I'll get to that
But
now.
the first point you've got is, take out the "at your instigation." The police did, on the following day, kill 34 people. That's
yes.
what's good. Now, what's the question you want to ask the witness based on that assertion?
Yes, what's the question?
Yeah, would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree with that it was at my instigation.
Okay.
I vehemently deny that.
Yes, let's go there. Can you go to J 192?
And keep at the back of your mind that you said you're going to apply pressure. Okay? Triple J 192, page 9. Part of this was read to you. I think it ended, so I won't read the part that was already read to you.
Sure.
It ended somewhere.
Particular passage in that transcript I think you want to refer the witness to.
Yes, which is
not on the screen at the moment.
Oh, yes, yes. No. Go back a little bit. Yes, it's that one. It's that one. This is Mr. Ramaphosa. This conversation.
I think you need a couple of lines above what's on the screen at the moment.
Okay.
This
yes.
was a passage that was read by Mr. Budlinder in his cross-examination.
Yes, yes. Right. I was trying to avoid reading. That's why I said to the witness, what has been read, I will leave out. Can I paraphrase? The first part that was read by Mr. Budlinder relates to the National Commissioner taking into account the perceptions about the collusion. Provincial Commissioner, yes. And the National Commissioner, yes. Yes, yes. That's exactly what Mr. Budlinder put to you, that the Provincial Commissioner and the National Commissioner had spoken about killing, quote-unquote, or discouraging a perception of collusion with AMCU. You remember that?
Yes.
Yes. So I'm not going to read that part, but the chairperson is right. That's the background.
But what you insist on, I would think, is a bit of the, not about line 15.
That's correct.
About arresting people.
Yes. It says there, but when I was speaking to Minister Mtetwa, it's a misprint, he mentioned a name to me, or rather, let me start just before. It says, because I think even when we were trying to talk about it last night, she being National Commissioner, asked me a question that says, you know, well, this one I'm not sure because the Lonmin shareholders, I do not know much about them. Mr. Mukwena says yes. Then the Provincial Commissioner says, but when I was speaking to Minister Mtetwa, he mentioned a name to me that is also calling him, that is pressurizing him. Unfortunately, it is a politically high individual, we can assume. You see that part?
Yes.
Yeah. And so you, on your side, were applying pressure. According to this, Minister Mtetwa, if this part is believed, will perceived what you are doing as pressurizing him. And then, and Mr. Mukwena says, it is Cyril. Remember, that's not even a question mark. He makes a statement. He hasn't even had the name. It just says there's someone who's pressurizing him, and he says, it is Cyril. You see that?
Mr. Semenya wants to make a point.
Yeah.
Chair, the witness was not in the auditorium when the evidence was given by General Mbombo. In fairness, he must be told that General Mbombo's own evidence is that the word pressure was her own. It did not come from the minister.
Well, Chairperson, we've gone through this before. I don't understand.
That is correct.
I've said, that's why I use the words, if this evidence is believed, because the point of the matter, I don't want to take the witness through legalese about that we're going to argue that the explanation she gave was wishy-washy and so on. I'm saying, if this evidence is taken at face value, let me put it that way, yeah, despite whatever explanations, good, bad, or indifferent that were given, if this evidence is taken at its face value, it would at least suggest that the minister said to the commissioner that you were pressurizing him. Agreed?
Well, I don't know what the question is, because you yourself says if it is to be taken
yes,
at face value and if it is to be believed.
Yes.
So, Mr. Chairman, I don't quite understand what the question is.
What is it you don't understand? I'm saying to you, understand perfectly well. Don't be evasive. I'm saying... No, it's being evasive. What is it?
I don't think he's being evasive.
It's not the first time I'm asking a postulative question.
I don't think he's being evasive. I think it's scope for misunderstanding, because the question is a little... Please, anyone wants to say something, I suggest they go outside and say it. The question is a rather complicated hypothetical one, and I'm not quite sure that it's clear in its full ambit to me.
I'm sure.
But can I have an endeavour to summarise it as I
Yes, thank you,
understand?
Chairperson.
What the witnesses, what this provincial commissioner was saying was that the national commissioner had in turn reported. Is that right? No. Can we just have the bit ahead of page, foot of page 9?
Yes.
No. What the provincial commissioner is saying is she spoke to Mr. Ntetwa, the minister Ntetwa, and he said to her that he'd had a conversation with Mr. Ramaphosa, and that he said that Mr. Ramaphosa had pressurised him. The witness then said, when she gave evidence here, that's the provincial commissioner, that word pressurised was not a word used by the minister to her, but was her attempt to summarise or repeat what had been said to her by the minister. Now, what you are asking the witness, Mr. Mpofu, as I understand it, is to say, if it is correct that the word pressurised was used in its ordinary sense, and if it is correct that what the minister had conveyed to the provincial commissioner was that Mr. Ramaphosa had pressurised him, or attempted to pressurise him, what is his comment on that? Is that a fair summary?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Right. Okay. Do you get it, Mr.
Do you
understand the question?
I think I do now.
All right. Can you answer it now?
Yes, I did not pressurize the minister.
Yes. And okay, one of the other things we're going to argue, which is curious about this conversation, is that, as I say, after she uses the word pressurizing him, and unfortunately, mark that word, unfortunately.
On the next page, it's not on the screen.
Yes. Unfortunately, which means the pressure is quite uncomfortable.
No, I don't think that. What's unfortunate is it was a politically high individual, as you put it.
Yes, it was. Unfortunately, it's a politically high individual. Well, if it was a lightweight, I'm sure it would be fortunate. Right. What I'm saying is that, unfortunately, it is a politically high individual, and Mr. Mokoena says immediately, it is Cyril. Not, is it Cyril? He already knows who would have put that pressure.
What's the question? I'd like to take the tea adjournment when this point's finished.
Yes.
But I think I must give you an opportunity to finish.
Yes,
round it off first.
Yeah. Do you see that Mr. Mokoena immediately identified the source of the alleged pressure?
He identified my name. That's what I see.
Yes. And then, yeah, she goes on to say, Cyril Ramaphosa, yes. Now, remember, now when I was talking to the National Commissioner last night, she says to me, look, General, who are the shareholders here? So I said, I do not know the shareholders, but I know that when I spoke to the minister, he mentioned Cyril. So here she acknowledged that the minister mentioned you by name. And then she says, now I got it. You know why she says she got it? Remember, Cyril was in the appeal committee of Malema. Remember, you had that discussion with Mr. Patlender. And you agreed that this is an inappropriate consideration for the police.
Yes.
Remember, yes. And again, what is being said here is that connected to the pressure that you have exerted, steps, just listen to this, steps must be taken so that Mr. Malema does not come and resolve the problem. Remember, you are all about stopping the deaths and solving the problem. But here, it is being said that steps must be taken so that the situation is not diffused. In other words, because of your pressure, more deaths may have resulted because these people understood your pressure to be related to a desire not to resolve the problem if that solution was going to come from Mr. Malema. Surely that must be despicable. Would you agree?
I mean, I would agree that that's not desirable.
Thank you. Now,
I said that not to solve the problem is not proper.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, can we now take the tea adjournment?
Yes, Chairperson.
All right, with your permission, we'll adjourn for 15 minutes.
Pasha. Kumnandi hlele phambili.
Hayi. Andiseva nje ngoku.
Ziphi into zakho?
Thank you very much. So, yes, just to round off that. Again, reading from that passage, it's clear that here what was effectively being said is that the political considerations were not just being taken into account, as Mr. Badlander said, but that the political considerations would override the security considerations. Would you agree with that?
Well, I don't know whether you would call them political considerations.
Okay. Well, it must be political considerations if you say, don't let Malema come here and diffuse the situation so that the police can manage the situation. We've never heard of police who don't want to manage the situation, surely.
Mr. Chairman, it's obviously difficult to deal with other people's statements without knowing what their true intention was. To the extent that it would satisfy the Honourable Council here, I would say yes.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, as you did yesterday. Okay.
What it amounts to is it appears that the desire was one of the considerations, if not the main consideration, was to prevent Mr. Malema getting any credit for diffusing the situation.
Yes.
And inasmuch as Mr. Malema at that stage was, I think, on his way to setting up his own political party and was a political figure in any event in the previous office that he held, there was a political aspect to the whole matter, it would appear.
I would agree, yes.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. And now we come to the, and then there's the thing about, once again, remember Malema's view is that the mines should be nationalized and so on, and you dealt with that with Mr. Badlander.
Yes, I did.
The issue here is, you know, a commission of this size and magnitude can actually or certain issues can be resolved just by looking at one word or two words, given the millions of words that have been given out here. She then says, so it has got a serious connotation that we need to take into account.
No, you've gone
Oh,
far.
sorry,
Yes,
Chairman.
it's
After
not
nationalized.
your fault, not your fault. The operator. We've now got it. It's the line 28 on
Thank you.
Page 10 of this document.
Yes, after nationalized. Yeah. She said, so it has got, after she said, I once again remember Malema's views that mines should be nationalized and all that. So it has got a serious political connotation that we need to take into account, but which we need to find a way of diffusing. And this is the important word, hence. Hence. Hence, I just told these guys that we need to act such that we kill this thing. Immediately, yes, says Mr. Mukwena, and she says, when tomorrow we have to move in, if today we do not find cooperation in these people, we need to move in such that we kill it, because, another important word, we need to protect a situation where any jig and jive from a political area, and then she gets interrupted.
I think that probably means Jack and Jill.
Yes, I should think so. Jack and Jill, Jig and Jeff, but
Ollie and Jeff, is that what you're saying?
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I'm sorry. Again, I'll paraphrase because we don't have time. What I'm really saying here, Mr. Ramaphosa, is that the use of those words hence, which means, you know, because of or connected to the above and so on and so on. You know what hence means. And because, those words allude to what I call the causal connection between your actions, which have been described there about, remember, he was in the appeal committee of Malema, and so on and so on and so on. And the timing, at the very least, of the operation, that it must happen immediately. I know that the operation, well, you can say, well, maybe it would have happened on another day and so on. That I'm not there. But I'm saying the mere fact that what she's saying here is that Hence, we must kill this thing, using those unfortunate words, immediately, and because we want to protect a situation where any Jack and Jill from a political area can claim responsibility, what the chair
credit, I think.
can get credit, yeah. Now, that places you right at the center of the decision to rush with headlong haste and with the tragic consequences that we know followed.
Chair, do you agree with that?
Would you agree with that?
I'm sorry. I would ask my learned friend on this point to please indicate either textually or by any other means what the reference to the witness in the passages earlier and then the issues around Mr. Malema, which is then introduced subsequently, and then the hence word,
okay.
how he makes these connections.
Sure.
I mean, you can't just sort of say, somewhere in the text I see different references.
He said sure, so it sounds as if he's going to exceed your request. Yes, Mr.
Yeah, no, that's very easy, Chairperson. The passage, I've been taking the witness along. I'll paraphrase. It says, Minister Mtetwa said Mr. Ramaphosa is pressurizing him. We've gone through that. Then she says, when I mentioned Cyril's name, the national commentator said, oh, now I've got it. And she says, do you know why she said she got it? He says, yes, because he was in the appeal committee of Malema. And remember, Malema solved the situation at Impala. We don't want him to come and solve it here. And he also wants mines to be nationalized. Hence, I just told you, these guys, that we need to act such that we kill this thing immediately. And then we need to move in such that we kill it because we need to protect a situation where any Jack and Jill from a political area, that's obviously still a reference to Mr. Malema, will take credit. That, I'm sorry, Mr. Ramaphosa, I was just answering to your counsel, but the short question to you is that this passage shows beyond any doubt that at the very least, the timing of the operation, we know what happened in the evening of the 15th. I won't take you there. That's got nothing to do with you as such. But the headlong haste with which this botched operation, if I may call it that, was then executed was linked directly by the provincial commissioner who issued the order, by the way, to your pressure. That's all I'm saying. Whether that's correct, you put the pressure, you didn't put the pressure, you've already said that. I'm just saying that that's what she was saying. Do you accept that?
No, I don't accept the connection, okay. And I don't accept the pressure, and we differ on that.
Yes. You don't think the word hence and because show that that is linked to what goes below? Hence, we must kill this thing immediately. To you is not linked?
No, it isn't.
It's not?
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, just to crown it, if you go to, just to show that, well, we're going to argue that the deaths that followed from this kind of conversation were foreseeable both to the provincial commissioner and to yourself. And to her, I've put whatever I've put to her to show that.
He's going to put them now, apparently.
Yes.
Why do you say, never mind the provincial commissioner, why do you say that the deaths that eventuated on the 16th were of a nature that they could have been or should have been or were foreseen, whichever of the three you choose,
yes,
by the witness?
That's exactly what I'm going into. Just for reference, go to paragraph, or rather page 6.
This exhibit, triple J192.
Of the same exhibit, yes.
Page 6, exhibit 192. Yes, what line on page 6?
It's about 18, Chairperson. Or let's start at about 15. They talk. But I said, let us back now. Please remember we're tied up by these new, that's about 11, Chairperson. These new amendments in our laws that says you should not shoot, you should not do this. You know these things. You know from the Tatane incident, that's just a misprint, and all that. So I said to them, and once again, the other thing why I delayed them, remember what was happening yesterday. It was annoying to the cops, and we could have sent them there. Emotions are high. Emotions are very high, whatever instructions you will have given, but because the emotions, they would have forgotten about the instructions, yes. They will have forgotten about the instructions, and I do not want a situation where 20 people will be dead. And so it goes. That passage would show that at least because of the emotions that were running high, one of the things that was foreseeable was that if the police move in, 20, well, she was wrong by 14 people, 20 or more people.
No, Mr. Pufo, I'm sorry, I don't think the passage you're putting will bear the weight you seek to put on it. What she said is my people, she's talking on Tuesday afternoon, you remember, Tuesday the 14th. She said she delayed her people, as she calls them, from going in on the Tuesday morning.
I know.
Why? Because of what had happened on the Monday, where police were killed and so forth. And the emotions were running very high. So, and she goes on to say, because when Mokoena actually also says it,
yeah.
If they'd gone in on the Tuesday, emotions were still running in high, whatever instructions I'd given them to make sure they didn't shoot and didn't injure people would have been ignored. Because as Mokoena puts it, they would have forgotten about the instruction, and she says they would have forgotten about the instruction.
And kill people.
So what I'm saying to you is that the passage that you're now putting it appears to be primarily based upon her fear that if they'd been allowed to go in on the Tuesday morning, their emotions would have been high, and they would have forgotten her instructions to act carefully and so on. So then she says that's why they must go in tomorrow, i.e. Wednesday. They in fact didn't go in Wednesday for reasons that you and I know we don't worry the witness with. And in fact, she sent them in on the Thursday with the consequences which the whole world unfortunately knows about.
Yes, I know, Chairperson, but with the greatest respect, we've gone through this before. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I don't know what's magical. If the emotions were high within a particular period, such that you could predict the death of 20 people, I don't know that you can say, oh, now the clock has just ticked. It's 20 past, it's gone past midnight, therefore you can go in. It doesn't work like that. Emotions don't work like that. But the point I'm
Chair,
making...
I'm sorry, and I'm sorry to interrupt Melinda,
sorry.
But just so that we can move on, because time is short, I'm not certain how any of this, concerning what state of mind the Commissioner was in at the time she spoke of these matters, is linked to the witness.
Yes. No, fair enough.
Perhaps if my learned friend could explain some linkage by which he is trying to explore foreseeability.
Yes. No, if you listened, I had said I'm giving this as a background about the Commissioner. I'm now coming to the witness. That's exactly what I'm doing. You know, as everybody does, that or at least you knew that a policeman had been killed on the Monday, on the 13th, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when, as is alluded here, when police, even one policeman, let alone two, have been killed, then anywhere in the world for that matter, the police will come down like a ton of bricks, as it were, and that emotions run high, generally.
What's the question to this witness about
Do
his
you know,
state of mind?
that is the question, do you know that when that happens, emotions run high and the police come down on the situation?
I wouldn't know.
You've never heard of this?
No, I wouldn't know, Mr.
Okay,
Mpofu.
that's fine.
Yeah,
if you've
I
never
wouldn't
heard
know.
of it, you have never heard of it.
Yeah.
You are in the minority. What I want to put to you that answer is not truthful, and that because...
What basis does my learned friend have to call the witness a liar?
Mr. Ndolto, I take he's going to give us the basis
Yes.
now.
Well, so far we've had...
But there's no so far, I'm still talking.
He hasn't finished the
I'm
question.
sorry.
Let him
I'm
finish.
sorry. Let my learned friend lay his factual foundation for calling the witness a liar. Let's hear the facts
Yes.
for once.
You know,
No, I didn't. We don't say liar in this commission. We say untruthful, which is more
It's
or
a
less...
distinction without a difference if you don't have a factual
Well,
foundation.
say that to the chairperson. He's the one who made that ruling. I agree with you. But I'm putting to you that it is a well-known fact that once police killings happen. In fact, it's also related to some of the passages that I read to you about what the government ministers have been saying about killing of policemen or when they are in danger, all the gung-ho stuff, that the police react, and I must say, in favor of our police force. It's not a uniquely South African thing. In anywhere, when a policeman has been killed or is a so-called cop killer on the loose, the police come out in full force to avenge or to act to against the cop killers, so-called. That's the basis upon which I'm saying you are denying the obvious. Everybody knows it.
Well, I know that when a police is killed, and the police usually get extremely concerned about that killing.
Yes, thank you. And therefore, armed with that knowledge, it should have been foreseeable to you that in that atmosphere, to instigate and put pressure and all the things that we've said on the police, with the result that they brought, quite literally, guns blazing, the Special Task Force, the NIU, what have you, 50 people with machine guns who finally mowed down those 34 people. That kind of reaction, one doesn't have to be a genius to predict that it's like trying to put a fire by pouring petrol on it. That's what you were doing, or oil. I think the chairperson corrected me before. You understand the gist of what I'm saying, and that's what is on the basis of that theory, which I will advance, that I say you could foresee that there could be a disaster. Would you agree?
I did not foresee all this. In
Yes.
fact, I did not foresee all the events that unfolded on that fateful day.
Sure.
Yes.
You should have foreseen. That's what we will argue. If you did not foresee, you should have foreseen. But that's something we'll argue at the end. Understand?
Well, Chair, again, it's not a matter of argument. If the proposition is that there was some duty to have foreseen, in the sense that it ought to have been foreseen, again, in fairness to a witness, one has to place facts from which you can derive a duty.
I don't think a duty is required. All it would be required would be something foreseeable by a reasonable man in the circumstances.
Well,
and that, as you correctly say, is a question of argument.
Yes.
He's just putting it to the witness so that he can't be accused later, not that I would accuse him later, and not having put it to the witness to give him a chance to do
Chair,
that.
it's not a matter of a conclusory argument. It's a question of, if you mean to place certain facts from which you derive a conclusion on reasonable foreseeability or subjective foreseeability, you have to put those facts clearly and squarely. All that we've heard is a long account as to what will be argued. Well, what are the facts that are being advanced? And that's all it's just in simple fairness, because ultimately, Chair, you won't be in a position to make conclusions if the facts that are relied upon haven't been fairly and squarely put to the witness. So what are the facts?
Well, Chairperson, I've put the fact, whether my learned friend likes it or not, or you eventually like it or not, is another matter.
The witness conceded that he's aware of the fact that the police reacted particularly a particular way when one of their colleagues has been killed. And I think the argument, the way I see it, the argument is going to be based on no more than that.
Thank
So
you.
Based
it's
on
been
that, we're
put-
quite content.
It's been put to the witness. The witness doesn't agree with it, as far as I can make out. Is that right?
I know.
You don't agree with the proposition? Be
No, I
put to
don't.
you by Mr. Wolfe.
I don't.
Okay, Mr. Wolfe, next one.
Yes. We're also going to argue that your excuse or your defense, if one can even call it that, which really runs something like this. I wanted to save lives. I wanted criminals to be arrested. I was only a non-executive director. The things were not linked. That those don't hold water, particularly because you agreed with Jamieson that they must bring the police and the army. How was the army going to achieve what you wanted to be achieved?
Is that the question?
That is the question. Yes.
The army was
Waiting
never
for an
brought
answer.
in, was it?
Pardon?
The army was not brought in.
No, you
As far as the police being brought in is concerned, I have answered that question before, and I have said we wanted that the police should be brought in so that they can stabilize the situation.
Mr. Jamison did speak about police / army, which meant all army.
Yes.
You didn't speak to the Minister of Defence, as I understand it.
No, I
Which
didn't.
you would have had to do, or the President, to get the army there.
Indeed,
You spoke to the Minister of Police, who was the person who would be able to speak to the National Commissioner in relation to deployment of the police.
That is correct.
No, that's not the point, with the greatest respect. The point is that you've said you've agreed with Mr. Jamison's characterization, which said the situation could only be resolved by political intervention and the bringing in of the police or the army. You agreed with that?
Yes.
Yes. And as it happens, the National Union of Mine Workers, either by coincidence or by some conspiracy, also issued a statement dated the 30th of August. I think you...
Chair, one can't put a proposition either by coincidence or by conspiracy. If there's going to be a conspiracy alleged, then it must be explained on what precise factual and evidential basis a conspiracy has been intended for, because that is a long way away from coincidence.
Yes, Mr. Tip, what is happening, as I understand it, Mr. Mpofu, right near the end of his cross-examination, because his time is running out, let's give him a chance. He's going to put a statement that was issued. He's then, presumably, once he's put a question to the witness about it, he's going to indicate that he's going to argue, I presume on some kind of governance Skidmore basis, sort of civil circumstantial evidence basis, that it indicates something sinister.
Yeah.
But anyway, whether the argument will be a good one or bad one is something
for
we deal
another
with
day.
when we hear it. But let's hear what he wants to put to the witness. Is it a new exhibit, is it?
No, Chairperson, it's triple B7, it's an old one.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's put triple B7 up on the screen now.
Next,
the statement
it's
issued
the
on
following page,
the Monday. Statement issued on the Monday, the 13th.
Yes.
In relation to what had happened on, it must have been the Monday evening, because it's
That's
on
correct,
the Monday.
yes.
It
Yeah.
relates to what happened on the Monday, including the events on the Monday afternoon.
Yes. So, and then it says, from we call for the deployment of a special task force, that is of the police, or the SANDF to deal decisively with the criminal...
Sorry, that part's not on the screen. It's just the foot of the page.
And Rasmek and its surrounding mines, said Franz Baleni and so on and so on. The point I'm making here is so that I can not...
I interrupted you, Mr. Mpofu. Let's get it straight, fairness to you. What is in quotation marks is, I think it's the second paragraph. We call for the deployment of a special task force, which presumably would be the police,
yes,
or the SANDF, to deal decisively with the criminal elements in Rustenburg and its surrounding mines, unquote, says Franz Baleni, the NUM General Secretary.
Yes.
So they've got the General Secretary part right. And your point presumably is linked to the fact that Mr. Jamison, I think it was, also spoke about the police or army.
Yes.
That's your point. Anyway,
Yes.
put your question to the witness.
The question is, and in fairness, the witness, I think, alluded to this yesterday. The point I'm making here, Mr. Ramaphosa, is that this call coincided exactly with the call of Mr. Jamison, or at least to the extent that it calls for the army and the police. Or the police, yes, on both counts. You accept that?
Yes.
Yes. And whether it's a coincidence or not and so on will be debated on another day. Now, what I want to put to you to round this off is that because all the actions that you took, which we've explored extensively, and because the issue of political pressure would obviously be unlawful, or at least against the spirit of the Constitution, you would agree with that? Placing political pressure would be unlawful.
Political pressure on who? On the minister?
For example, the minister, so that they can lean on the operational people, and then they lean on the other operational people, and then they kill people. That would be unlawful.
Yes.
Yes. and the fact that, as I said, because of who you are, because of your experiences and so on, you know about the history of collusion between the police and mines more than anyone else probably in the country, correct?
Yes, in the past, yes.
Yeah,
I
in the
know
past. That,
yes.
Yeah, well, and we've all established that nothing much has changed in the industry to date, correct?
I have no evidence of that.
Yeah, well, that's fine. We'll argue that because of that, you, as I said earlier, and all the other factors, foresaw or should have foreseen that your pressure, such as you called it in your emails, would result, as we will argue it did, in the killing of the 34 people at least. Then, I'm sorry, I'm putting all these things together. In relation to the 10 deaths, we're going to argue that you are responsible for those deaths, and I'm now talking criminal responsibility of the 34 and the 10, because had you performed your duty to ensure that the mine negotiates, instead of saying, let's see what happens in the next day or something, as you said, then those 10 deaths could possibly have been avoided, at the very least. You understand the theory?
I hear
you. You don't agree with it, I know.
Of course, I don't agree with you.
Yes.
Completely.
Yes. And on the basis of those those actions and your part on in that chain of causality, as it were, where you brought the pressure, it was transmitted to Minister Mthethwa, transmitted down to General Mbombo, who gave the instruction or rather made the decision on the 15th, and which was executed on D-Day, which was the following day. On the basis of that, we are going to ask the Commission to recommend that you be charged with murder alongside the people who pulled the trigger and other role players in the domestic courts.
I don't want any interruptions or heckling.
Thank you, Chairperson.
We're trying to listen to what Mr. Mpofu said. I've spoken about that previously. I don't want to have to clear the chamber at this stage. It's Mr. Mpofu, repeat the question. I couldn't hear it properly because some ill-mannered, rude person interrupted.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll summarize it. We're going to argue, Mr. Ramaphosa, that you be charged with murder alongside other of the people that I've mentioned, Minister Mthethwa, National Commissioner, some of the generals, right up to the people who pulled the trigger, because that whole chain is what was responsible. At the top of the chain is your putting pressure, which resulted in the immediate, the immediacy or timing of the situation. You know what I mean? I'm trying to round it off, but that based on what you and I have discussed, that's the recommendation we will make. Do you have any comment?
Well, clearly, you taken considerable amount of time building this proposition, and reaching to the conclusion that you have now come to, that all manner of people should be charged criminally for the deaths of all the people at Marikana. I deeply regret the deaths of all the people who died at Marikana.
Absolutely.
Deeply.
He killed them. This man killed the people in Marikana. Yes. He killed them. He's a killer for profit. He's a sellout. Must be charged for murder. Yeah. He's a sellout, this man, for profit.
Can you go?
I will leave.
Okay.
But he's a sellout, this man. Yeah. He's a sellout, this man. You should be told the capitalists. Capitalists are using him.
Chairperson. All right, last.
For profit. Murderer. Protecting your shares at Lonmin.
All right, Chairperson, I'm sorry.
even give them food. Seriously, man.
And lastly,
No, this man is a bastard.
Mr. Mpufu, wait for these people to leave.
These people in Marikana. Okay. You must be charged with murder of the African people in Marikana.
All right, please leave the room.
All right.
now. Leave the room and close the door.
thank you, Chairperson. Okay.
Right.
For the sake of time and
Yes, now your time is up, but
and
you've
the
got
temperature.
The witness,
Just
I
one
think,
more.
was busy answering the question. Had you
Yes,
finished
yes.
your reply, Mr.
In-
Ramaphosa?
I had finished and was saying that I
Yes.
deeply regret,
Okay,
and
yes.
as I was interrupted, the deaths of all those people who died at Marikana. I do not agree with the proposition that the learned advocate has put forward. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes,
And
Mr. Pope.
The
That's it,
Chairperson,
isn't
yes, literally 2 short ones, Chairperson.
No,
The-
your time is up, Mr. Pope.
I know,
I'm sorry.
Chairperson.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pope. Your time is up.
Chairperson, can I just round off one issue? It's very important.
What's the issue?
I wanted to refer to Mr. Pasha, who has asked me to put one proposition to Mr. Ramaphosa.
One proposition?
Yes, one.
But one?
Yeah. But, Mr. Ramaphosa, Mr. Pasha here sitting next to me is a gentleman who lost his big toe in the shootout on the 16th. He's also a gentleman who has been working in the mines for more than 30 years. He joined the NUM in 1982 when it was formed. He specifically asked me to say to you that as someone who used to be his hero, and as somebody who is now in high office, he does not believe that even if I put the proposition that I put to you, which is that you should be charged criminally, but he also believes that because of your current position and the other positions of the politicians that I've mentioned, that we should also make a recommendation, successfully or not, to the chairperson, that you and those people should be charged criminally in the International Criminal Court. Do you have any comment?
You comment on that?
I don't agree with that proposition.
Right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Ugo. Mr. Untauter.
Thank you, Chair. If I might summarize a central part of what has been a long cross-examination, it seems to come down to 3 propositions, and I want to ask you a couple of short questions about each. The first proposition is to suggest that you placed pressure on ministers to cause the police to take extreme measures to suppress the strike, including a shoot-to-kill policy or something akin to it. Secondly, that that pressure was understood as such by the ministers concerned, and they took action in consequence, and that in the light of that you should have foreseen, when the events of the 16th occurred, you should have foreseen what happened there, because it followed from the very kind of pressure that you were seeking to place on the ministers. That appears to be, in a nutshell, the 3 propositions that are pursued. So if I could take each one of them in turn. When it is said of you that you sought to pressure or in some way instigate the ministers to cause the police to take extreme measures against the strike to suppress it, including shooting to kill, could you just convey to us again what precisely you said to each of the ministers, so we can be clear what so-called pressure you sought to apply?
Mr. Chairman, what I sought to do as I was getting all these reports about people dying and being killed, as I said, in the most brutal way, I felt that I was duty-bound as a non-executive director and as a concerned South African and as a person who did have access to those who could do something about the situation that was spiraling out of stability in the Marikana area. I then took it upon myself to, yes, call the Minister of Police, who I know quite well and talk to often, and I called him and said, this is the situation that is unfolding on the Platinum Belt, and people are getting killed, and it behoves on the police to intervene in a way that will prevent the further loss of life and prevent further deaths happening. And I did say what would be helpful is that in order to prevent further loss of life, those who are perpetrating those acts should be arrested so that they do not participate in those actions on an ongoing basis and kill more people. I also took it upon myself to talk to the Minister of Minerals Resource Development, Ms. Susan Shabangu, and I implored on her to make sure that she communicates with the Minister of Police so that we prevent all further loss of death, loss of life rather, and that further injuries do not take place. And it was in that vein that I also discussed with her the way that she had characterized the situation, because with the information that was being put to me by the management people, Mr. Jamison, Mr. Mukwena, and others, the picture that was being drawn for me on the canvas was that there was a serious situation of unrest, of instability, and the mine security people had lost complete control, and people were just being killed, and there was mayhem. And so therefore, I implored on her to make sure that whomsoever could bring about any type of influence to bring stability to the place should do so. And my main objective, as I have said, sir, was to make sure that we don't lose further lives. That was the sole objective. There was no other agenda. I did not even foresee that further deaths would ensue when police sought to intervene and took action.
Did you say or imply to either minister that the kind of action that you envisaged or recommended to them was the strongest, most coercive intervention by the police or the army?
I never sought to prescribe to the two ministers what type of action should be taken, other than just saying the police should do their normal work. And their normal work, as I described it, was that people should be arrested. It is when people are arrested for perpetrating crimes that those who might either get tempted to do the same realize that this is not the best thing to do. So that is the sum total of my communicating to them the details of what needed to be done. Further than that, I did not communicate anything.
Did either of the ministers say anything to you which would give you the impression that what they were then going to do, or what they understood you to want, was extreme coercive measures by the police or the army? Did they say anything to you that conveyed that impression?
No, none of the ministers conveyed any of that to me.
And then lastly, on this line of questioning,
what exactly did they say? Can you remember? You say they didn't say anything about extreme coercive action, but what did they say?
Well, much of what they said was that they will look into the situation and they will talk to their people on the ground. That's the sum total of what Minister Mthethwa said. So to me, he never responded by giving me details of what would be done. From my side, it was more, Minister, let the police do their work, let them arrest those who are perpetrating these acts. So the detail was never really covered, and there was no coercion.
Mr. Shabangu?
Minister Shabangu, less so about what specifically needed to be done. Safe to say, we need police on the ground. Could she also communicate that to the Minister of Police so that we can forestall or stop whatever other further acts of violence can take place?
What did she say about the President?
What she said about the President, it was my request, really. I thought that she had gone to Cape Town because there was going to be a cabinet meeting. As it turns out, there was no cabinet meeting, but a cabinet committee meeting. And I said, could she also communicate this to the President? She said she will also inform the President about what is happening.
Well, was there, from what you've now conveyed to us of what you said to the ministers and what the ministers said to you, did you have any reason to think on the basis of that exchange that the events that did unfold on the 16th were likely, foreseeable, possible in any way?
No, I never even began to think or even foresaw that the events of the 16th would unfold. Not at all.
It was also put to you in a separate theory of foresight that because the police are disposed, so it was contended, to revenge the killings of their members, that when you recommended that the police presence be increased and that actions be taken, it was foreseeable that the kinds of events that unfolded on the 16th would occur. Well, firstly, did you so foresee it?
No, I did not foresee all that much, as I had received reports that two of the people who had lost their lives were police. I did not foresee that sending more police would mean or could mean that some of them could want to take revenge. I did not foresee that.
What indeed was your expectation of what more police might do to the situation?
My expectation about more police presence in that situation was that, one, they would stabilize the situation, and that with their mere presence, they would be able to bring a measure of stability in the area, and that they would also go about their normal task of finding out precisely what acts of crime had been committed and how the people who had already been killed and who had perpetrated those acts, and that would be followed up by arresting those who had been involved in perpetrating those acts. That is what I did foresee.
Can I then finally come to the question of characterization, which was much debated with you? If I could ask you this to begin with. If all that had happened during August was that workers had gone out on an unprotected strike, would you ever have considered that conduct alone to constitute criminal conduct?
No, I would not have characterized that as criminal conduct, that is, workers going on an unprotected strike.
So if I could then finally take you to B 4.5, which is page 16 of the bundle, your bundle. In the much debated passage in your email of the 15th of August to Mr. Jamison.
We need the lower part of this slide. Yes, thank you.
It is the lower part. It's the bit that begins the terrible events.
It's now on the screen.
So if I could just pick up the language in that third paragraph, it says the terrible events that have unfolded cannot be described as a labour dispute. They are plainly, dastardly criminal and must be characterized as such. What were you referring to when you referred to the terrible event?
I was referring, as I said, when I said dastardly criminal act, I was referring to the killing of the people who had already died, the injuries that had been inflicted on some of the people, and the terrible way in which some of the people had been killed, where they were burnt in their vehicles and their body parts were cut out, and it was just a gory picture that was painted to me. That is what I was referring to as acts of criminality.
And did the terrible events in any way refer to the fact that workers had gone out on an unprotected strike? Was that any part of what you were referring to when you referred to the terrible events?
No.
Thank you, Chair. Those are our questions.
No. Thank you, Mr. Donner. You wouldn't agree? Yes, thank you, Mr. Ramaphosa. You'll be excused on the usual basis that if it's necessary for you to come back, you'll come back without having to serve a subpoena upon you. I don't know that will be necessary, but it's what I say to every witness when I excuse them.
Could I say thank you to you, and thank you for the
Ramaphosa
work that you are doing.
Mr. Ramaphosa.
I'd like to thank you.
Yonke le nto ithetha apha ayibobungqina.
No, please stop that. We don't
Usibethise
you may
ngoba
not
ufuna uba udulingane nosibari wakho.
No, please, take the microphone away from him and remove him from the chamber. Sorry, Mr. Ramaphosa, it sounds as if you've finished your evidence. I've excused you.
Thank you.
And I think we can ignore this unfortunate incident that's taking place simultaneously with my excusing you. Oh, sorry, do you want to say something in response to what was said by I think it was Mr.
No, I don't want to say.
I
don't want to say all that.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
thank you.
Thank you. We'll adjourn till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Senza amasiko wethu nawe uzawuqaba umntana akho azoxhinela ibhokhwe ngapha ngoyakhona ngolwesithathu azofika ngolwesine uqhubela umthethana ndithethe nge-16 ka-August nge-7:30. Wathi striking yayivala ifoni aphinde uyifowunele.
Nge-16 sasoloko sihleli apha thina phaa koma-8 ngokusuka bona kufika amapolisa thina.
Xa ndiphinde ndibuyela kuye late ifowuni akayibambi.
Sasinaye apho ntatubhayi ubhayi sigqibele sibaleka naye ngosuka apha sibaleka sona amdlula endleleni. Ndabona ngosewile mna TV zampi ndikwazi ukumjonga. Ubhayi bendimazi kakhulu futhi ufika kwami ndandifikele kuya emsebenzini ndasebenza naye sisisipane siyi-1 abe ngumuntu orayithi kakhulu futhi abeyithanda udibene nensebenzo sentsho ukusebenzela ekhaya lelo hlobo yabona bejobe ekhathalela kakhulu into edibene ekhaya lakhe. Andikwazi sizuthetha ngaye tu andikwazi.